when the gangsters came, see it's the same old gang. Same old gangster gang, it's the same old thing. Just new days and new ways to twist. It's like this, the gangsters came in.
Girl, oh man, I tell you lately, seems no one can fade me. It just might drive you crazy watching gangsters.
Gin and juice, hen and coke, rum and coke, and 5 ounces of joy. In the middle with a twist, indica to smoke. With my dogs, all the hogs, OGs and lokes. All the girls,
got 10 girls that pay me just so they can look me. And when they come to see me, I just drop my girls.
Gangsta boogie.
And the gangsters hit the room. And make them wanna leave the girls. And the gangsters hit the room. And make them wanna leave the girls.
When I came in, ram in with my man. I wanna get something bold now. Dog pound gangster with the gangster sound. We make the
world go round. They make me query. Homies try to steer me, but I stay on my own street. They might steer me. Girl.
drums. Here come the drums.
XBeats.com.
Well, good afternoon, everybody out there. It is time for round 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series out here at Firebird. It is Saturday. It is our first day of racing, and it promises to be a great day of racing. We're going to start off with the 170 experts and intermediates. They'll be mixed together in the first race, the 170s after that, and the 800s will take the race for race number 3. I'm looking down on the track right now, loving the weather. Keeping the course nice and moist for the rain. I think it's really going to change everything. Lisa's waving. She's already given me the, hey, how you doing? It's going to be a great day, great weather, and we've got the kids lined up here on the starting line. So that means one thing. We're going to get things started, though, first with the invocation. I have Eddie up here in the booth with me, so if you guys would please, a moment of silence for the invocation.
Thank you so much, Mark. Would you all join me in prayer, please? Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us and for the opportunity to be back here at Firebird. for all the people that have worked hard getting this track prep, for the safety crew that's out there watching over all of our racers. God, just be with them today. And Father, as these cars are lined up, getting ready for this first race of the day, I just want to pray a blessing over each one of them, over all of our drivers. You just let them to have a great day of competition, great safe day out on the track. But God, I also want to right now, I just want to lift up those in our country that are reeling from the devastating storms and the wildfires and everything that's been going on. Just please be with them as they recover from this. And for those that have lost loved ones, God, just give them comfort at this time. Just help us to enjoy our day. Be with the men and women that serve in our military, God. You just keep them safe as they watch over our country. And just help us to have a great day today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Eddie. All right, while you are standing and you have your covers removed, the greatest song for the greatest country in the world.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we marched were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes, indeed, there it is, the national anthem for the greatest country in the world. Mia Chapman, I've got you joining me up here in the booth. What an exciting day of racing we have planned out here at Firebird for CORR.
Absolutely, yeah. Beautiful day of racing today. A beautiful track. Got a little bit of moisture in it yesterday from all the rain. So hopefully that helps out with keeping that in today. But first class of the day, we'll see how this one goes. Qualifying seemed to go relatively well for everybody. So excited to kick things off here soon.
A couple casualties out there, some heavy hitters out there. We saw the car of Michael Block and even Connor Maxwell having issues out there during qualifying. So indeed, hopefully they can get those cars back in action here to do battle out here for the main event. But here it is, man, round 3. We're cutting the 2025 season short here. Well, we're going to have one more race here in April, and that's going to cut it for the 2025. And the 2026 series for the first long series will start back when it gets into spring and right into the cooler weather here, so that way we don't have to race during the hot stuff. So you had a chance to interview some of the drivers. I'm very excited to see how that interfaces into the program. We're always trying to do things better here at CORR and get it here for the live track feed to try to get things best for you guys out there in the experience. So it's going to be great to see. But since we're starting, let's talk about some of the people that make it happen out here at CORR. R&R Steel, the Van Beekham's out here, our big sponsor out here that make things happen. We are so lucky to have R&R Steel. Witherow Construction, Jason Witherow, as we know, man, bigger than life. We love Jason. Everybody out here knows Jason, and he is an awesome young man and a great competitor. But, man, high-class, high-dollar equipment that he can do. Big equipment, everything that you need from Witherow Construction. HMD Designs, man, just look at this track. Everything HMD right now out of Tempe. We are so grateful to have HMD Designs, and tied in with HMD Designs, Brand Genius. And look at that, they're doing all our shirts now, all our jackets, all our swag. We are very lucky to have Brand Genius and HMD Designs. Well, all right, me and Chapman, we got the 170s out of the track. Let's meet him. Cooper Hogan is. We'll take P1 right there, right next to him. Carter Hogan is his brother, no surprise there. Brooks Hopkins in the number 99 car in row number 2 with Murphy McKay. Young Murphy, he's a great challenger out there as well. 471 of Charlie McKay and the 152 of Luke Vale and Ryder Forrester, I do believe, are the intermediates out there with the experts out there. So racing starting off, the Hoganist brothers right off the bat, man, they're tough to beat.
Definitely, yeah. They're always so fun to watch. We have them up here a lot talking on the microphone, and they are just characters. So to see them battling out there, brothers on the track, they want to beat each other. They want that first position. So, yeah, it always makes for some good racing.
I have to agree with you. And Cooper up here came up, and you took a quick break, and Cooper came up here, and I thought he'd be kind of timid and shy to do some announcing. Man, I go back, my favorite one of those kids out here is watching him and I up here announcing. He took that seat. He did it seriously. All right, keep your eye on the flag. We're going green. The kids get on the throttle, and here it is. The bottleneck into turn 1 as both Hoganist brothers find themselves in row 2. So, all right, well, let's see if we can get them up there. Cooper already making the move on the outside, and you can see the brothers, the blue and green cars with the exact same livery. But I haven't ever got the story on that, why their cars are different colors. I wonder what the story is on that. But all right, here we go over the ski jump. And you can see already me and Chapman, the track keeping just a perfect consistency after all the rain we've been getting. A great aerial view here as usual. Both Brian and Tyler out here from Next Level Industries. And a great view out there. When you see the far ones, it's Tyler up there way up in the air. But Brian's the one you'll see right there. And we've challenged Brian to fly in through the window, and he has. He literally has. Well, all right, as you're watching over there on the live screen right now, you'll see on the overlay that the number 1 car, the 695 of Forrester, and Luke Vale in the 152 car. So I might have had it backwards. The intermediate was the Cooper Hoganist boys, and Luke Vale and Ryder Forrester were the experts out there in the 170. So if I announced that wrong, my apologies. It seems like almost every off-road race that I announce, I'm making mistakes now. What the heck?
Yeah, definitely a lot going on, especially when you start combining 2 classes. It's a little hard to tell, but they do seem to be running up there with each other, even though they are separate classes. So should make for some interesting racing. Ryder Forrester got out front, wasting no time. And I believe one of the Hoganist brothers wasting no time as well, making the move in turn 2 and trying to find his way up to that first position.
I think this is what I love about mixing the classes the most. I remember they did that in other forms of racing. And in my opinion, I genuinely believe that ups your level of racing. Like if you race with your class all the time, that's where you're going to be. But if you race with a class that's maybe a little bit faster than you, you might pick up the pace a little bit and learn the moves and maybe move up the ranks a little faster. I don't know if that's 100% accurate what I just said, but that's what I truly believe, because I remember that in the days of racing that I used to watch. And I think mixing the classes, you get a taste of seeing the pace that the faster class is doing. Like I said, I could be wrong.
Definitely, yeah, I would have to agree. And I think some of the drivers down here racing with 2 different classes would agree as well. I was talking with one of the Atterbury moms down there when I was interviewing the little kids, and she was saying one of her daughters that's in the beginner class, they were thinking about moving her up, but she learns so much in that beginner class with how stacked it is, the level of competition, teaches her how to drive through the traffic and learn those important things you want to learn as a racer. And I think we see that out here today, even with this class.
Indeed. The 4-wheel class, I think that is exactly right. maybe in a more physical sport such as motocross and everything, or any kind of motorcycle riding, I don't know that I would agree with that, because if you stay in the beginner class, there are perpetual beginners in motorcycle racing, and I think with the four-wheel class, it really is the difference between these drivers as far as class goes is how hard they hold the car open, how long they hold it open and how late they brake. And then, of course, line selection is pretty important too. What would you give the nod to being the most important thing about picking up speed, line selection or where you brake?
I mean, that's kind of hard to say. I think everything comes into play, because if you brake sooner, somebody else is going to drive it in, more than you did, and vice versa. So you just have to find that common balance, and everybody's cars handle things so differently. They have slightly different horsepowers here and there, so you really got to learn where you can make up that time and where the person that's faster with you, where their less strong points are as well.
I 100% agree that is a big deal there. And that it is dependent, it's contingent on the conditions and everything like that. All right. Who is Samia Chapman, very excited to see what we got going on here coming up in the live track feed. We're gonna play some of these interviews here here in a bit. So something new to CORR. We're trying things out, and I have a feeling this is going to be a big sensational. In fact, I have a feeling this is going to be a big hit with the live streaming. But still out front, Ryder Forrester taking command early and just checking out from the crowd with about a 10-car lead on the rest of the field right now. So congratulations to Ryder Forrester, enjoying the clean track. And if the overlay is correct, Luke Vale right behind him in the 152 car, that bright red car that you can see. And I would almost bet that is Cooper Hoganus, the 2014 car. It is indeed Cooper. And I haven't seen Cooper. Carter came up here for a little bit of an interview earlier, but I can't wait to talk with Cooper.
Definitely, yeah. I try to track him down in the pit area, but, these kids are always off doing something. So great to see him running out there in the top three. I know those boys are definitely competitive, and that's where they want to be. So, yeah, some clean racing going on so far. We'll have to see how this shakes up as the laps go on.
All right. Well, here we are back to racing, and I was just looking for the class for the mandatory caution, but this is one of the classes that do not have a mandatory yellow. And if you guys don't know, if you're out there new to off-road racing, a mandatory yellow, this is our mandatory caution or competition yellow is what they call it. But it's where in short course racing, if one of the drivers runs away with it, they regroup it halfway through, and that way there's like a second half to the races. A lot of our faster classes, as you see, will go on through the day. We will have the competition yellow will fly, but not for this one right now. It is going to have to be, you got to lead it from the wire to wire, and here it is. Ryder Forrester still up front, got the lead early, and he has not looked back. Luke Vail, though, started to bridge the gap right there, and Cooper Hoganus, as we were talking about in the intermediate class, following up these experts. Cooper Hoganus right now, though, putting some heat on our expert, Luke Vail. And there it is, Cooper Hoganus to the inside of turn 2. But could not make it stick. Luke Vail carrying the speed on it. Outside, white flag flies for our field here of 170 expert and intermediate. I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad that we are starting to mix classes. Different change here in the show, but you know what? I think this is good for the races. We're not out here till 7 o'clock. Definitely don't want the racers racing in the dark. And we're already a little behind because of the water on the tarmac, so we're really going to have to pick things up here for the second half. So there may be some more classes that start running together. We'll see how that goes. Not my call. Again, everything I tell you guys, Mia and I are just the voice. We're not the officials. Mia is. I'm not. I always say Mia is our race expert up here. She's your race analysis expert. She is a racer herself, currently racing. You just raced a couple desert races back to back, one right after another. So it is great to see you, Mitch. There it is, Ryder Forrester above Luke Vail in your expert class, and Cooper Hogan is still not slowing down. We'll top your intermediate class. We'll talk with these winners here in a moment. Stick around. All right, there's only two of them, but come on up here, guys. We'll have to do the experts first. Oh, that'll work. All right. All right. I'm going to swap these around, but that's all right. We'll get them going. All right, Luke. Well, that was quite a race out there. Take us from your seat.
I had a good start, and then I just blew it.
What happened out there?
Ryder, he just dived on me, and it worked.
It ended up working out, but tell us what the track's like for you.
It was really great.
I mean, was it tacky? Was it slippery? Was it non-dusty? I need to hear your expertise on it.
Calvin did a great job. That's all I need to say.
How to shut an announcer up in one word right there. Well, great job. All right, well, let's hear the people that make your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, for going to work every day, and I wouldn't be here without them. So thank you a lot to them. Jimmy from Extreme Machine Fabrication, and Tyler, and Will Lake Rock, Hoosier Tires, and all my friends and family for coming out.
Look at that, everybody. That's a great way to do it. Second place. He loves him at Ryder Forrester. Man, you just you got the start. You just took off and checked out.
Yeah, going into corner 3, I knew I had it, and I just punched it and dived in. And
what do you do after that point? You know the rest of the field's back there. I mean, you got to just pretty much run a smooth race out there. How do you handle that pressure?
just don't let off and go.
Right on. Well, it looked great from my seat, so I didn't see any mistakes. Were there any mistakes made?
Yeah, I spun out a little bit. Almost, but I saved it.
All right, that's great driving skill for you. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, my brother, all my friends and family, 2X Motorsports Economy Plumbing, Southwest Graphics and Wraps, the Loti Clinic, UPR. I did. Yeah, that's it.
All right, very good. Ryder Forrester, here is your first podium of the day. It is the 170 Experts. Great job. Great job. All right, up next, it is the Intermediates. And since I'm standing right here, we'll have to swap these two around here. I'll get them here after. Just makes it easier for me. That's all right. That way I started third, second, and then first. That's all right. We're all right. I'll make it work this time around. All right. There's Murphy McKay. Well, Murphy McKay, a lot of stuff going on out there. I was paying attention the best I could, but I didn't see a lot of, once the race got started, not a lot of places changed after that.
Yeah.
What did you do to try to get that to instigate or make something happen?
I don't know.
Didn't do anything, just tried to run your best race?
Yeah.
All right, very good. What are you going to try for the next race?
Just putting it on throw Ferrado and not doing the brake.
All right, so try to use less brake.
Yeah.
I like your strategy. All right, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, Desert Pirate, Surfworks Plumbing, 2X Motorsports, and my sister, Cooper and Carter, Brooks and Steele, and Brody, and Easton and Corbin. All
right, very good. Murphy McKay, everybody, third place. But, man, the brothers. Well, Carter, we're going to start with you, man. Talk us from your day of racing starting off. What was it like?
I thought I got in front and Cooper was behind, but I just saw him coming up and I knew I wasn't able to recover it, so I just had to keep my foot on the gas, but I just kept getting pulled away from the experts. I tried to keep up, but just couldn't.
Did I see you were coming into turn 3? I saw a little bit of a hand waving up there. Were you upset or frustrated, or were you just trying to get the car to work? What was going on? I thought I saw the hand come off the wheel for a little bit.
So the thing to strap in my neck, it started to come up, so I had to pull it down.
Okay, I thought I saw that. All right, well, very good. That's good that it wasn't a hand gesture or anything. That was just you trying to get your harness back on.
Yeah.
That can be very, very discomforting. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you guys.
Arnar Steele, Hoosier Tires, H&H Transports, 2X, Randy, Rugged Race Fuels, friends and family. I can't remember.
You do fine. You do a great job. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You know I'm still a fan of yours, right?
Yeah.
All right, I hope so. Big round of applause, but his brother, Cooper Hogan, is. on top again. It looks like you just got in your pace and you just set it and away you went. And it looks like you were trying to get around Luke Vale.
Yeah, at the start, I knew I had a bad start. Carter took off in front of me, then going into corner on the straightaway, going to corner 2, I had to go on the right to get around him. Then I went in front of him, and then I was just battling with Luke the whole race.
That was fun to watch, you know, and you guys are in 2 different classes, but I still like seeing you guys battle it out. It's still a good battle.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
2X Motorsports, Randy for tuning my car, Hoosier Tires, Renegade Race Fuels, Vent Racing, 518 Designs, AZ Customs, Pink Pineapple, H&H Transport, Boss Hog Welding, All 911 Dispatch, Ryder Greco, and Carson Greco and CORR for putting this awesome event.
Man, I want to come race with you guys with that many sponsors. Big round of applause. Your 170 intermediates. Mia Chapman, what class do we have coming up? And let's meet the drivers.
We have our 170 limited beginner class coming up next. And this is our packed field of drivers of 19 out there. So let's get into it. On row number 1, we have the 208 of Grayson Gentry. Right next to him, the 56 of Stetson Wyman. Row number 2, the 1302 of Braden Lucas. Right next to him, Mason Dolgerian. Row number 3, the 73 of Madden McCormick. Right next to him, the 16 of Elliot Brook. Row number 4, the 81 of Thesis Stidham. And right next to him, the 194 of Kaysen Stowell. Row number 5, the 696 of Mason Atterbury. Right next to her, the 823 of Rayleigh Lucas. Row number 6, the 161 of Maverick Atterbury. And the 102 of Wyatt Dolgerian right next to him. Row number 7, the 747 of Zeppelin Ledbetter. Right next to him, the 44 of Seal Hopkins. Row number 8, the 22 of Creighton O'Connor. Right next to him, the 21 of Jamison Olson. Row number 9, the 17 of Easton Sylvester. Right next to him, the 73 of Natalie Fernandez. And rounding out that field, the 727 of Britlin Hoganus.
Well, all right. Mia Chapman, we're trying some new things out here at CORR, and this is one of the things we tried out. You had a chance to talk to some of the drivers earlier, and that had to be quite an experience.
It was so awesome, yeah, getting to chat with them before the race in a nice, relaxed environment and get their take on everything.
Well, you know what? We're going right to green. Yeah, we're right to green, so we'll come back to that mid-race here. We'll learn about that, so hopefully in this race we'll be able to try that out. You had a chance to talk with the drivers, and we'll put that in here in a second at one of the pauses in the action. But that's going to be exciting to add to the program because there's so much stuff that you and I can do, but you actually getting down and talk down and dirty with the drivers, that's got to be something pretty neat that we're going to try out here at CORR.
Absolutely.
Just stepping it up each and every time. But all right, let's get to racing action right now. The 208 car out front. And the 208 car belonging to Grayson Gentry. That reminds me, what I'm going to have to do now is get back on our live track feed. And look at our live track feed. And if you guys have any questions and comments, no comments yet. Did I not push play? What did I not do? I'm not doing something right because I'm not getting the live feed as it happens. All right, here we go. 20 minutes ago, somebody said your mics are still off. But all right, there it is. I think I got the live action now. So, Brianna White says, let's go Stetson, number 56. And Stetson, indeed, 1 and 2 right now, I do believe. We got it. Let me look at the overlay. Yes, indeed. Grayson Gentry at the 208. Taking the lead early was Stetson Wyman right behind him. You see Stetson, the 56 car, and the 73 car now running in the top 3. That is the car. The 73 of Natalie Fernandez. And according to our sheet, she was already in the back, or we have another one. Oh, there it is. It's Madison McCormick. I was wondering. Madden. What did I get? Madden McCormick. Boy, my eyes already are doing me wrong.
I think Mark may need to get some glasses here pretty soon.
Don't do it. I do actually wear readers now, so. But maybe instead of that, we just need bigger, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Man, but so awesome to see Madden McCormick up here. We saw him work his way through the field earlier this year in some of our first round of races. So it looks like he's getting pretty comfortable out there and wanting to get on that top spot.
Man, indeed. And this is quite a field of racers out here. We're talking about Madden McCormick. And Madden comes from a long pedigree. There's siblings out here that you'll see racing as well with the 12 West livery on the side of the car, and we're actually very glad to have it out there. And you were able to get caught up with one of the drivers, and as soon as we get our queuing down straight, we're going to go to that interview here in a second. All right, and I'll tell you what we'll do. Here we go. And more of the Gentry clan climbing in there. Go Grayson, the number 208 car. Grayson out front. So that's great to see. And then let's go Atterbury and Lucas and all the kids. Great to see you guys out here. Morgan Atterbury chiming in on that. And keep those live chats coming. I'll try to stay up on those as best I can. If you have a question for Mia or I and we have an answer, or we can find the answer, we can definitely answer those questions to our best of our ability. But right now, this is a class without a competition yellow. And I'm hearing a lot more chatter here from the spotters today, so I'm wondering what's changed.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a large class, so a lot of action, a lot of drama going on. We hear a lot of chatter from the spotters with so much going out on the racetrack. But it is awesome to always watch Grayson Gentry and Stetson Wyman. They're always battling out with each other, and you never quite know who's going to come out on top, so we'll have to see as the laps wind down.
Well, all right. Well, Mia Chapman, you had a chance to go out into the pits, so let's see how this is going to work out. Here's an interview that you did with Maverick.
Everybody, it's Mia Chapman down here in the pit area, and I'm standing here with Maverick Atterbury. Now, this one's a really special one. This is his very first race out here with us at CORR, so super excited to hear from him, kind of how he's feeling. Are you excited to be out here?
Yes.
Yes. Have you gotten to get any seat time and kind of drive around in your car before this race?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. What do you want to accomplish this weekend? You want first place? You want to go out there and have fun? What is it?
First place.
First place. I figured he was going to say that. Well, we're so happy to have you out here, and I'm looking forward to see how you do in your first race later today. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Well, all right. Well, that was quite the interview right there. I'm excited to see that happen. And we were just talking about him. There it is, the 161 of Maddox Atterbury up into the K-Rail. And we just got the interview with this competitor right there, and they are in the K-Rail right now. So that was like perfect timing. Well, great to hear from Maddox. I hope everything's okay with the car and the driver. Nobody's going too crazy there, so I think they're just going to stay there with him until the race is over. But there it is. Now back to racing action. We're going to take a caution for this, and we're going to get that car of Maverick Atterbury out of the corner. It's in a very precarious place right there. The K-rails, the only way to get that car out of there is actually pull one of our vehicles out onto the course, so that could be unsettling for over 20 entries or almost 20 cars in this race. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Well, I'll tell you, great job out there by everybody here at the CORR. We're getting everything lined up here. We've got more interviews. I think that one turned out really good. I really loved the logo placement on that. So give us your feedback out there. If you were out there and you watched that interview, this is something new that we're trying out. And Mia Chapman has said, hey, everybody? I want some critique. I want some. So be honest. Don't interview. You don't have to be rude, but tell us what you liked or did not like about that interview. We've got a couple more. We're going to do another one right now. In fact, our director, we got Stetson coming up. Oh, this is Stetson Wyman, our number 2 man right now. Stetson Wyman, big fan out there. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's get right into it. Right now, Mia Chapman had an opportunity to talk with Stetson Wyman.
What's up, everybody? It's Mia Chapman down here in the pit area with little Stetson Wyman. Stetson, how did qualifying go a little bit ago for you?
Good.
Good? Were you really fast?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is your favorite part out there on the racetrack? Is it the jumps? Is it the turns? Or is it kind of everything?
Kind of everything.
Everything? Got it. Well, with all the rain yesterday, did that make it a little more challenging for your qualifying session earlier today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have to change how you drove a little bit?
Yeah.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing you out there on the racetrack today. You're always one of our top runners, so good luck to you.
Thanks.
Chapman, I swear I think we found your colleague, man. That is awesome right there. Stetson Wyman, he's a young man, his stature. If you never saw that interview and you didn't know Stetson Wyman and watching it out here at the race, you have no idea that he is the size that he is. But he's got a lot of, I think I've seen in the many years that I've been announcing, kids, it's not part of the regiment. They come out here to race. They don't, and I think the interviews is an afterthought. So they don't really think about what they're going to say on the microphone and everything. So it requires professionals like you and I to pull it out of them. That can be hard to do. But I think you both did a great job right there. And I think Stetson Wyman, if he's going to continue to perform the way he is today, and Stetson Wyman now down the front straight, we're going to have their hands full with Madden McCormick. And Madden McCormick now moving into that second place, but Stetson Wyman, and where I was going with this, maybe small in stature, but not small in competition. That young man can drive.
Absolutely, yeah. Such a big personality on him, and he has absolutely no fear, especially out there on the track as we watched him come up throughout the races. So we'll see if he can find his way to the front today, and looks like he already made the pass for second place. There
he is. He did indeed make the pass there in turn 2 coming down the back straightaway, and that goes exactly back to what I was talking about. No problem at all for Stetson Wyman to get right back up into the top positions here in this race. And a little bit of confusion here coming into turn 3. Some of the cars shuffling around there. That's the Y073 of Natalie Fernandez. And a 21 car as well. Having some confusion on what to do there in turn 3, rather. Trying to get the music right. Was a little loud coming in. Sorry about that if you guys were watching the live track feed. All right. Give me some more questions out there on the live track feed, or at least just show me where you're at. Alexa Gentry still saying go Grayson, and Grayson Gentry out front early. But look at this. Stetson Wyman now coming into second place. This is where, look at this, 1, 2, and 3. Mia Chapman, we've got a battle on our hand. Well, Mia Chapman, I can always tell the action going on the track by how active the spotters are, and right now there is a lot of chatter going on here, and I love it. I'm not saying that to complain. I'm actually saying that because that's telling me we got racing from start to finish. The driver's doing their part, the spotters doing their part, and Stetson Wyman, the young man that on the interview, look at him right on the rear bumper right now of Grayson Gentry, and that could spell disaster for Grayson Gentry's charge up to the front. But Stetson Wyman, man, quite the competitor.
Absolutely, yeah. Both those kids are a force to be reckoned with, and when they're out there on the track together, you know, a little bumping, a little passing back and forth, but with 2 laps to go, we'll see if Grayson Gentry is going to take over the win or if Stetson Wyman's going to have something for him.
Man, at this moment, it would seem that Stetson Wyman just needs one line selection away, and I don't know which turn I'm talking about here, but wherever Stetson's strong points like, is it down the front straightaway here and then setting into turn 1? He's going to have to try a different line because at this point they're playing follow the leader right now, and I think if they play follow the leader, Stetson's going to stay right where he's at. So Grayson is going to also have to stay fat and happy and make no mistakes here, because if Grayson does make a mistake here, Stetson Wyman will definitely capitalize on that mistake and inherit first place.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially on the restart, having Stetson fall back a spot makes it tough to, you know, get that second place back and start to reel in first with only a few laps to go. But we're on the last lap. This is where the action happens. We'll see what ends up happening.
Well, here it is from the perspective up here from Race Command here for CORR. They're going down the back straightaway right now. Stetson Wyman only a car length behind as they come into turn 2. Grayson now trying to lead in with a ski jump. Stetson Wyman a little wide in turn 2. And you can see Stetson still with that same line right behind Grayson. As they come into turn 3, this is a very decisive turn in any of our classes out here. And Stetson a little wide. Get a little more speed here coming out of turn 3. And you can see there on the live track feed as they go into turn 4. Grayson Gentry still out front. Stetson Wyman, if he's going to get that first place, he's going to have to pick it up somewhere. And it would appear both drivers going a little too wide there in turn 5, and I think they both scrubbed a lot of speed right there. Well, Mia Chapman, barring no mistakes, we look like our winner is going to be Grayson Gentry down the front straightaway. Can Stetson Wyman get around, or is it going to end up like this? The number 28 unofficially out front, the 56 of Stetson Wyman in second place, and the number 73 car of Madden McCormick. And you know, we've been talking about Madden McCormick, and there are going to be a lot of races going on from the whole 12 West crew, and it's great to see the McCormick name back on my podium. And speaking of McCormick, there's Brian McCormick right there. Look at how tall he is, you know. It's crazy. He's got hair now. It's all silver, but he's got hair. And, you know, I would do the same thing. If I could grow hair, I wouldn't care if it was solid gray. I would still grow hair. So, all right, we'll talk with the drivers right after this. All right, what a great race. Let's get these drivers up here. Let's get these interviewers. We're running a little behind. I'm sorry to spoil the moment. Come on up here. Come on up. A great reception there online. A lot of the people chiming in on these races. Love seeing it. Well, let's start right here in third place. My man, Mr. Cheeto Bandito, Madden McCormick. What do you think about that nickname? Is it a good one? I think there was my answer, right? That's what I think of that nickname. All right, well, take us from the race. What was the race like for you?
There was pretty good racers out there, so yeah.
So how did you adjust your driving skill? Did you have to step it up, or did you have to play it cool?
I had a full pin it the whole entire time.
Man, you were giving it all it's got.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, Cam, Bubba, Nixon, Kyle, my whole family.
All right, very good, man. I told you last time we talked to you that you were going to be on this podium quite a bit, didn't I?
Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep on rocking here. A man that needs no introduction, my man, Stetson Wyman. Hey, man, you got to go back and look at this moment here when you were up on the track. We played your interview. It was one of the first times we've done that. You got to go back and look at your interview. What did you think about Mia Chapman coming down there to interview you?
Being good.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
You know what we got to work on? You're going to be on this podium quite a bit, too. We got to get you to talk on this podium. Can we do that?
Yeah.
What's your favorite football team?
The Wolverines.
All right, very good. I figured I'd throw you a curveball there so we can break the ice, right? All right, tell us about the race there. Give me like a recap of what you were doing from the start to finish.
So, I was up front of him, and I was right behind him, and I got a little dust in my eyes, so I kept going.
So you had to deal with a little bit of dust, and that happens, man, in off-road racing. Well, I think you did a great job. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, my sister, and all my friends.
Man, Stetson Wyman, complete, but right now the man that won this all, Grayson Gentry, man, everybody online was rooting for you. I want your crew right here. That's like you've got quite the fan base.
Yes.
How do you get a fan base like that?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you a cool guy, a funny guy, or are you a mean guy?
Cool.
You're a cool guy. Well, then that's probably how you get that fan base, because you're really cool.
Yes.
All right. Take us from the race for you from start to finish. How did it start for you? Was it drastic, or did you just go smooth?
It's good. I went smooth.
All right, very good. Well, it looked great. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My dad, Jimmy, my mom, CJ, Uncle Derek, and that's it. Grammy.
Grammy standing right there saying, don't forget about me. All right, very good. He said that's it. All right, well, we're going to work on his, too. Big round of applause for this stacked field out here. Your winner, Grayson Gentry, Stetson Wyman, and the man, Cheeto Bandito. I like that. Madden McCormick. I didn't choose that. But, Mid Chapman, we got another race coming up. Who do we got? Let's meet the drivers.
We have our 800 modified and open class coming up next, doing a little bit of track prep to get it all nicely ready for these 800 modified and open class next.
Captain, did you see Chance Haugen right there? 22 years old. You kids, listen, all the kids from the old days, Mia, Chance, y'all can't, you can't, no more birthdays, okay? You guys do not get a, hey, George, while you're here, let's hand the microphone to George real quick. I haven't been able to interview George. George has been hanging out with me at the other racing that I do. George, slide on in here, slide in if you can. Let's get you on here. Let's talk about some new exciting things that you got happening with media and everything. You got a lot of stuff happening with this live track feed. It's similar to what we got going on.
Yeah, well, broadcasting is like the way that we get all of the cool stuff that everybody's doing out, right? So we've invented a technology. It's called Starstream, and it's we have a little tiny box that you can put in a car, and you can see everything that's going on inside. Like, imagine the kids here today being able to listen to all the stuff that they're saying back and forth with their parents.
Oh, that's
anytime.
incredible. Like the telemetry and everything. That would be like, not necessarily telemetry, but they can see what's going on. Hey, break, coming in hot, or your, Stetson Wyman right on your back. Come on, you got to pick it up. That would be amazing.
Well, Mia, what would it be like if you could talk to your brother the whole time? Would you like keep it like mellow, like if everybody could hear what you guys are saying?
Oh, yeah, that'd be hard. I think we would try. It probably wouldn't happen, though.
So that's where it is, Mark, is like you get all the drama and you get all the excitement and you get everything. Like, everybody is doing their parade lap right now.
Right.
Can you imagine what they're all saying? Get ready. Like, let's go.
The prep talk, like, all right, now you can actually see the spotters. We can't really hear them so much, but you can see the spotters. All right, listen, you got to really get that brake in under control, or accelerate a little harder and go like I told you, and take the turn the right way. And I mean, you're a racer, you've done it all as well, so you know that can either be damaging or that can really help.
But it creates drama, so it's good, right?
Makes for good shows.
I do agree, and I think like as far as off-road is right now, this is a fantastic series that you guys have going here, and I could see this like just blowing up if you get to tell the stories.
I think I agree, and I think with like you said, every tool that we have through media, whether it be live track feed, whether it be the cameras that we have. Now, cameras are unbelievable. Cameras could be this big and be twice the resolution they were, just a week ago. So technology is accelerating, and I think we should use these as tools. But all right, well, George Hamilton, good to see you up here. Always a pleasure, my man. And this legend right here. I mean, remember him back in the days? Absolute legend. Part of the Wolf Pack. Remember that? And quite a story he has. And, from his story came more stories. So, but back to racing. Let's do it. They just took off. And who do we got out front? I recognize that car. That is the Woods car. Let's make sure I got everybody's right here. There we go. Olivia Woods out front, and look at that. Perfect. That is perfect what you did right there. And if you ever get a chance to follow what he's going on, just go to any of the desert racing venues, and you can see all the stuff going on, especially with the Legacy Series out there. So if you get a chance, you like desert racing, you'll check it out. But anyhow, back up front right now, Olivia Woods. And I've said it a million times. You can see it here on the live track feed. Olivia Woods' car, to me, is just a perfect balance. The wheels are right. The wheelbase is right. The width is right. And you can see the driver's right. Dude, I totally botched my interview with Olivia earlier. I did. So, Olivia, I owe you an apology. There it is, the 583 car. And she already on the lap one has got a big lead over the 695 car of Ryder Forrester. And out front, the rest of the group, the 213 of Blaine Proctor would appear to be out front. In our modified open, or is it Addie Atterbury? All right, there it is. Another mistake I made. Mia Chapman, thank you for keeping me in line.
A little hectic when we have two classes out there, but hopefully labeling them will help a little bit, and they tend to get mixed and matched with each other, but I do believe it is a 66 of Addie Atterbury leading the modified class.
All right, she's doing great, and you got to talk with her a little bit earlier too, didn't you? So hopefully we can get that interview here in a second. And I do believe this is one of our courses that gets a mandatory yellow. So once we get that yellow, we'll go to hear that interview, and I'm pretty excited. So far, they've been great, if you're out there paying attention, we're trying to interview. Oh, look at this. Tons of the live chat going on. Sienna Durant saying, woot, woot. Selena Durant, rather. Sorry about that. Becky Greco out in Boise, Idaho. Greco boys' grandparents. So the Greco boys, grandma and grandpa out there. Selena Durant saying good job to the 73 car. And I do believe that's in reference to our last race with Maddox McCormick. Alexa Gentry, woohoo, Grayson. And the heart is blocking it. Grayson is a born racer. So, Alexa Gentry, great comments there on the YouTube. Back out here to racing right now, still out front, Olivia Woods. She is out front early in the 800 Open. And you should see her come across the finish line here in a second. Not the finish line, but the finish line straight away. And you can tell the Atterbury crew with the 2X sticker predominantly displayed on the door. And there's the Olivia Woods car into turn one.
Ryder Forrester with a little bit of a mistake, now finding himself trying to make that time back up, but I do believe that allows the 9691 of Chloe Hearn to move into second place.
Man, that is a good observation to point out. Mia Chapman, if you're Olivia Woods at this point, you've got a big lead, you've got the mandatory caution coming up. Do you take it easy or do you continue to race to the checkered flag?
I think a fine balance of both. You definitely don't want to go out there and tear up the cars. You got a pretty big lead going on. But it looks like she's, not making too many mistakes and taking it easy out there and trying to bring it back to the mandatory yellow.
Yeah, that's going to be a big deal here. You're now the rest of the field watching Olivia Woods check out. She is the veteran in this class. She's pretty much been in this class since I've been here announcing at CORR. And she's been doing it for a while. She came up here and she said, Mark, I've been doing this for 5 years. I went, oh, okay. My bad. I thought she was still fairly new. But,
it's quite a while, yeah.
That was my fault. And I'm officially apologizing for my misunderstandings. But, I'm not too proud to admit that I can make that mistake. But watching her right now just check out from the rest of the field, this is showing me that she's got this race program dialed in. She's got the car set up right. She's set up right for this course. And the rest of the cars out here, they're all 800 machines too. So at this point, she's just out driving the rest of the drivers. I still love that car. I don't know why. I love that car. This looks like a race car. Now, when they come through with that exhaust, it's hard. I've even turned both of us up here. Give you a little more there, too. Definitely loud. Some racing action there. A pass here in turn 3. The number 213 car getting around the 197. The 213 of Blaine Proctor getting around Kaya Sane. And Kaya Sane just in turn 3. Watch that pass. And Kaya Sane, our P2 qualifier. Blaine Proctor now putting the pass. So let's see how it shapes up. So I would be safe to say that they are definitely battling it out, Blaine Proctor and Kaya Sane. Kaya Sane, another driver who has really improved throughout her time in the seat is Kaya Sane. She has been on my podium many a times, and I think she's getting her race program dialed in as well, as we were talking about Olivia Woods.
Absolutely, yeah. She's about 2 car lengths out from the car in front of her, so definitely chasing that down, trying to make that move happen, but they do have the mandatory coming up here soon, so I have a feeling once that comes out, we'll get right back to racing and have a battle in our hands.
little bit of a mistake right there. Blaine Proctor sliding out of turn 2. Did he hand it back over to Kea Sane? Kea Sane capitalizing on a mistake in turn 2. Now Kea right back in front of Blaine Proctor. That is the battle right now for the modified, 800 modified. Kea Sane, we were just talking about it, and she has that opportunity to really watch how the lines are being chose. And Kea Sane right there, a little bit of a mistake from Blaine Proctor there in turn 2, and she capitalized on it. Addie Atterbury, the number 66, going into turn 1 with a big lead over the rest of the field over there. And now Kea Sane, as they finish 1, 2, and 3 in qualifying. Can Kea Sane hold on to that second place on the box? There she is with an even more extended lead over Blaine Proctor. Blaine Proctor more than likely with another mistake here somewhere on the course. Unless Kea Sane just found a handful of speed. I don't know what else could happen. And I thought this was going to be our first mandatory caution field, but it was not. You know, what we will do here at this point, though, let's see if I can get him on there. Let's see if we can work this out. Hey, Mid Chapman, we had an opportunity here earlier. You were able to interview one of the riders. You were able to talk with Addie Atterbury, so let's see that interview. Let's get it rocking. See if we can get it queued up here. We got to get this down pat. All right, we'll get that under hand. If we get that interview up, we'll let it play here right now with the checkered flag. Let's see what we got. All right, checkered flag flies. The 197, Kea Sane unofficially in second place in the open, and here it is, the 695 car. A Ryder Forrester of that livery. Chloe Hearn and the number 213 of Blaine Proctor, and I do believe that is going to end it all for this. But you had a chance to talk with Addie Atterbury. Let's check out that interview. All right, I'll tell you what. Here we go. Oh, 5 minutes. All right. Well, here I can stand here up here with you. Oh, my apologies. Okay. Well, here we are. We got a live view of the drivers coming up here, but Mia Chapman had an opportunity to talk with Addie Atterbury. That's it.
We're down here in the pit area with Addie Atterbury. Really looking forward to talking to her. She's one of our really talented young ladies out here. So I know you just finished up qualifying a little bit ago, right?
Yes.
How did that go?
I felt pretty good about it.
Pretty good. Did it give you a pretty good starting spot for your race later today?
Yes, a very good starting spot.
Awesome. We always love to hear that. What is one of your main goals for this weekend? Are you in the points chase? Are you playing it safe? Are you taking some risks? What does that look like?
I want to take some risks.
Take some risks. Well, we always look forward to seeing you up front, and you're so talented out there. We never really know with that class how dicey it can get out there on the track. And with the rain that came in, does that change how you drive, how you set up your car, or anything like that?
Not really.
Not really. Doesn't affect too much?
No.
Is it nice to have a little bit of moisture out there on the track? Does that help with, tire gripping and stuff like that?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing you out here later today. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Ready? Okay.
And I don't know if I interrupted the interview. I'm sorry if I did. We're trying out a lot of new stuff out here, and we got to get it all down. Well, Blake Proctor, a little bit of a mistake there in turn 2, and once KSA got back around here, they had no answer for her. What happened there?
At the start, on the lap 2, when I landed the main tabletop, I felt like I lost some control on my car. So when I was taking some turns, I lost control and spun out.
Man, I said it as the way I announced it. It must have been something I didn't see, because after that she had about a 10-car lead on you, and you couldn't catch her.
Yeah.
All right, well, still a great day of racing. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
PCR, my family, Jimmy, and Tyler from Extreme Machine for fixing my car. My dad, Price Mortgage, Red Camel Racing. I think that's it.
Man, that's all right. Still a great day of racing. Who else?
Valley Steel.
Valley Steel, indeed. Valley Steel, great job out there. A big round of applause for Blade Proctor. Well, KSA and I called it. Blaine's going to have to keep a good race to keep you at bay, but, man, he slipped up there, and you took full advantage of that.
Yeah, he's a good driver, but I just picked a line and then found a way around him.
All right, that was perfect, and it looked great. It was a great race to call out there. Well, what are you going to have in store for us, and what did you think of the weather here today?
The weather was fine. Last night was horrible, but today it was fine.
All right, beautiful. Did you have the car set up right?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
God for keeping me safe, my dad, my mom, all my family, Signs Unlimited, MRT Tires, SPS, Chris DeSosa Diaz, Glenn Johnson Cooling and Heating, Les Plumbing, and all my friends and everyone that supports me.
K-Sane, everybody, second place here, getting around. Didn't inherit that, but Addie Atterbury, what a great race for you. I called it, I didn't see you. That means you must have already checked out, and you were just gone at the end of the race.
Yeah.
It was a great race. Take us from the start.
I don't know where to start.
She goes, I don't know. Well, I held it down, and I got here to first.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My family and friends, 2X Motorsports, Atterbury Motorsports, Bain Built, Roma Venture Company, Mazzanti Motorsports, and everybody that's watching me.
Well, they're definitely being watched. Addie Atterbury, everybody. Another young racer with a lot of following. All right, there it is, your 800 modified. Up next to the 800 Open, Chloe Hearn, Ryder Forrester, and Olivia Woods. What? She's like, ah. Come on, come on, come on. Well, all right. Well, we got an interview once already today, but it looks like we get another one. Take us from a turn-by-turn race out there.
Not much to say. I was just learning my new tires, especially because they're a lot different than my other ones, and and try to make my drifts and pick a line, learning my way.
Were they grippier or slippier?
They're a lot slippier.
So you could drift a little better.
Yeah,
You think you got that drifting down, Pat?
not all the way, but I'm working on it.
All right, perfect. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
VP Racing Fuel, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixen, Jaden Gerber, Rugged Radios, Withrow Construction, VP Racing Fuel. I can't remember others.
Well, you got that part pretty down packed, though.
Yep.
All right, Chloe Hearn, everybody third place. She'll get it down. I guarantee she'll get it down. And just to make sure I got it right, everybody, Ryder, you got a little disappointment there coming up here. What's that about? Talk to us.
I didn't have two-wheel drive, so I kept on spinning out.
I was up there. I was trying to. I didn't want to announce it because sometimes if I say, "Oh, uncharacteristic," then I kind of jinx it. I didn't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
All right. So two-wheel drive, all race. Tell us how different you have to drive the car.
I don't know. I didn't know, so I was just driving like I wasn't hitting my lines and stuff. But I don't know.
So harder to race than two-wheel drive then.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Well, I won't. I'll spare you the agony. Tell us who takes you racing.
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, Economy Plumbing, the Low T Clinic, UPR, and my friends and family.
All right, he's a little more disappointed. Make some noise out there. Great job, and Olivia Woods, man. It's like a day of racing and another race, another podium.
Yeah.
That's how it feels for you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you rock star status?
Yeah.
She goes, I am. All right, well, Olivia Woods, you got out front and never looked back. So let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, 2X, Method, 518, Shreddy, EVR, City Towing, Allcoat, XTC, my whole softball team that came.
Oh, wow. What the heck? You play softball?
Yeah.
Is she good at that too? What the heck? You are a rock star.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, hey, Olivia Woods, everybody, the rock star. Dude, that's it. Olivia, you just got coined my official nickname for you. Olivia the Rockstar Woods right there. She said my entire softball team is here. And where's the softball team? I want to come over there and interview some of them. Let's see here. Where's the look? Where are they going? What the heck? They're like, ah! All right, who was the interview? Who? Hey, come over here, girls. Who was that? Are you guys proud of Olivia?
Yes, very much.
What position does she play?
Second.
Oh, man, second's a hard position to play because you're dead in the center, but you're right in all the action. Is that right? What do you play?
Huh?
What position do you play? I don't know.
Catcher.
Hey, and shortstop and catch. Like everybody thinks that catcher is just the one that returns the ball, but that is a very pivotal player as well. All right, what do you play?
Pitcher.
Oh, you're the one that takes them out. Are you the rock star on the softball team?
You can say that.
Ah, she's not shy. Where'd the other girls go? Right behind you. And she's looking at me like, don't you dare give me that microphone. What do you think of Olivia Woods? What do you think of racing? Is that a big difference from her out there on the softball field? No? Is she's the same? Man, she truly is that rock star.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. I'll spare you guys. All right, if you guys can say how do you guys do your cheer? You guys do your cheer? You want to do it real quick? Like how you start a game. Yeah, there you go. Let me see it. I'm gonna hold the microphone. You guys ready to do it? You guys do it. Go.
Quiz on me, quiz on three. 1, 2, 3, quiz.
Yeah! I love it. Mia Chapman, back up to you. What race do we have up next?
We have our 250 open class coming up next.
Steve, I'm sorry I missed that high five there. I totally missed it. Mia Chapman, I'm sorry. I was getting the girls all hyped up.
Yeah, I love to see it. It's so awesome they came out here to support her and kind of see a little bit of what she does in person.
Mia Chapman 250 Open coming up next. Excited for this class. This is a growing class, and I like to see some of that up there. Let's talk about some of the sponsors. We talked about R&R Steel. Couldn't do the racing without all the help from R&R Steel. The Van Beekam's doing a great job out here. Jason Witherow from Witherow Construction. I know he's listening to it live. And we love all the help that the Witherows do out here. They specialize in equipment that is controlled by GPS. So excavating equipment that can actually control exactly where you want your level. And this equipment, it's big, it's powerful, it's expensive, it's incredible. And Witherow Construction, they have it all with them. HMD Designs right here in Tempe. Also with them, Brand Genius. And they are now doing all our swag. And I'm very ecstatic with our new 2025-2026 lineup of swag. I've been down there looking at the drops, and they are incredible. A lot of the racers, you know, I love it because the new drops, they have the pictures of the racers and stuff. And there's already racers down there. Why am I not on a And I never thought that would be that big of a deal. But that is. I think it's really neat that when you come up to your racing organization and they have a picture of you. I can recall a few of you. You made some on the posters, some of the hero cards, some of the flyers that we had. Mia Chapman was on them quite a bit. All right. Well, do it on the next ones. You got it. Tier 2, you got it. Well, here we go. The 250 Open. The Jones Jeep Ford Ram out of Wickenburg, Arizona, supplying us with that beautiful TRX pace truck, the official pace truck. And man, look at these 250s. You know, we were talking about race cars and the balance of race cars and what they look like, what they should look like. Now, these are live axle cars, so they're very similar, more similar to a quad than a car. And when I say a live axle, the rear axle is a solid axle. Although that is the whole carriage of the axle is on a swing, and it is independent, it's not truly independent. Like, in other words, a quad doesn't have independent rear suspension. They have independent front suspension. So there's where I say that these cars are more closer to a quad than they are a car. So that makes it no need for a sway bar. The rear keeps the body from rolling. But you have to drive these cars a little different because with a live axle, there is no differential in the rear. So the outer tire is spinning faster than the inner tire as a result having that live axle. So you really got to drive these cars a little different. Acceleration's different. But that's where these cars really got to shine too. Not a lot of power. So the thing is, momentum is key in this class.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Well, let's get into our lineup here before they take the green flag. Starting on the first row, the 18 of Brody Klein. Right next to him, the 62 of Rylan Gahan. Row number 2, the 11 of Jackson Cotter. Right next to him, the 471 of Murphy McKay. And rounding out that field, the 247 of Maggie Flores and the 074 of Aliana Fernandez.
That is a pretty stacked field right there of the 250s. I love seeing this class grow. I would really love to see this particular class. I think this is the first of the really fast ones of the littler cars. So I would really love to see this class just easily double or triple in size. I think it's a very intermediate class, and I don't mean intermediate in skill level. I mean intermediate in racing. In other words, it's not a class you're going to spend 2-3 years in. I think this is a class that you just do for a season and then move quickly to the heavier cars. Well, here we go. They're going to take the green flag. I got to tell you, they'll take it the start this time around. And Kevin, I hope you didn't get mad at me. But there we go. I hope nobody jumped. Yes, it is tough to do. It's a hard habit to break, because if you look back on all the other videos, I'm already saying it. They don't say it. You don't go when I say it. You go when the green flag flies. So, but anyhow, it looks like we've got a clean race. We're not pulling out the red flags. So it looks like we got an official start. All right. As soon as we get a number, we'll let you know who this is out front. That looks like the number 18 car, easy to see there, Brody Klein. And the 52 car right behind them, or is it 62? It is a 62 of Rylan Gahn. Is it Gahn or Gahn? I don't know. We'll figure it. Oh, I'll ask him on that. I think I asked him once. Somebody say it? Somebody just said it out there. So Gahn. All right, well, we'll get it. If Rylan finishes where that, we'll make sure we say it correctly. You know, the other names, remember, we had a hard time with Howdigi, but now it just rolls off the tip. We know how to, the Hoganus brothers, we still struggled with that one. The Hoganus is the hardest one. You figure the Howdigi would be, but it's not. So, and Howdigi is a name that actually works here at CORR, so we got to get the Howdigi name right. Well, down the straightaway, you can hear these 250s pop in the 18 style front of Brody Klein. And I'm loving the livery on the Rylan car, the Rylan Gahn car. They are side by side down the back straightaway. Is Rylan going to capitalize on the speed carrying down the back straightaway? A little bit of larger tires. So that changes the gearing a little bit as well. So gearing very important, and I would say the larger tires give you a little more top end. Less low end though, but more top end. Me and Chapman, we've been talking about handling, we've been talking about braking. But one thing we haven't talked about, addressed in a while, how important is gearing, final gearing in the car?
Oh, definitely very important. I think we see it just like we saw in the back straightaway. You know, some may have a little more and some may not. So we'll definitely see that, and that comes into a big factor here with such a long racetrack. You definitely want that top end speed with these long straightaways. So yeah, he's definitely going to have to find where his weakest spot is on the track and try to capitalize on that. Maybe drive in and a little deeper in the corners, but you know, then you also run into overdriving the car. So you definitely have to find that balance out there, and this is one of the faster classes with not a lot of room for mistakes.
Man, that is exactly why the racing expert is learning how these cars handle and how they accelerate and how that top end and the bottom end and how things get going. That is definitely, as you heard me, Chapman just say, it's very critical in a race setup. Just from a little bit of race experience, not to self-reflect, but I think a top-end car is better for me as well. So I would have to agree with you. I would want that top-end gearing more than the low-end gearing. Well, we can talk about a little bit about it now. TJ Sievers, during qualifying, we were just handed a little bit of information. If you guys were watching the qualifying, TJ Sievers crossed the line and the car just died. Well, it turns out blown motor, and everybody over there is just going crazy to get that motor put back together. Your brother, one of our rider, Chapman, and I was just making the statement. I really believe that your brother would wake up in an after. Just wake up and get right to work, and I think he'd be just as happy all the way until he goes to bed working on a car or racing or driving or practicing or watching or anything about racing.
Definitely, yeah. They don't race each other, but the team effort to get whoever it is back out on the racetrack, and you see, like the picture we just saw, everybody wrenching on the car, trying to get it back out here with not a lot of time. So, yeah, it's very wholesome to see all these kids out here working together and trying to get each other back out on the track.
I agree, and I love that adage that I've been saying, you don't win the race in the pits, you win the race out here on the track. And that's what I love about short course racing. I mean, I've seen diehard teams that are rivals to the end still give a part to their rival, because you don't want to beat them in the pit. You know, the worst thing is not helping your rival out when you know you had the part they needed, and you want to beat them on the track. I don't know that would be gratifying if you had a part and you held it from your competitor. You know what I mean? Like, that's not winning the race. Winning the race is out there.
Definitely, yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I think everybody here would probably agree with that as well. I mean, I myself had lost the championship just helping my other competitor get back out on the racetrack, but you'd much rather win helping somebody than not helping them and winning that way. So, yeah, very awesome to see that out here.
You know, I was just thinking, I said it just a second ago, I said, especially in short course, but you know what? I can look back in years of desert racing, and it was the same thing. People out there in desert racing, if you knew somebody that had a part and you got there, something happened getting off the trailer during qualifying, I think the same could be said. You know, I guess I'm going to generalize it and say I just think that off-roaders are that way. Like true off-roaders, and I'm not talking about the ones that, damage our trails and leave their trash and all that stuff. We have those knuckleheads. But a real off-roader, I think, is actually that. I think we're a different breed of, and I'm not separating us from everybody. I just think we're a little different. I think we think different. We love what we do. We protect what we do, and I think we're very loyal to what we do. So, back to racing right now. The Klein car out front. Brody Klein just right now from wire to wire. But here they are battling side by side. This is the race. Oh, and look at that. Ryland got around Brody as they go into turn one. Oh, and we were sitting here chatting, and I missed it. That's why I'm such a great announcer, because I don't know.
I believe he made that pass pretty early on in the race and has been able to make it stick, but Brody Klein not letting him far out of his sight with just 3 laps to go. We'll see who ends up on top of the podium.
That 100% was the correct way to announce that right there. Yes, you do. All right. Back to racing, though. The Cotter car out there as well. It's good to see that number 11 of Jackson Cotter. Jackson Cotter in that. I've always loved that day glow green, or I don't know if it's day glow green or yellow. I think it's green, but I've always loved that right there. It's number one, it's very visually easy to see. Number two, if you're trying to let your car be seen, that's the way to do it right there. I think there's 2 colors that definitely stick out like that, and that is that, I don't know, is it day glow green, and even that or hot pink. Remember they used to call it hot pink, that really bright fluorescent pink. I don't know how to say it.
Definitely, yeah, very easy to spot out there on the track, especially from a far distance. So, yeah, that's Jackson Cotter running in that 3rd place position, running a pretty solid race so far. Not too many mistakes, just trying to make up those positions and reel the leaders in.
Yeah, that's got to be a little tough there. This is an open class, but there's only so much you can do to these cars before they're not even a 250 anymore, or qualify for this class. So the reality is these cars in an open class are more than likely within a couple horsepower of each other. So I don't think there's a real advantage to big engines, high horsepower. But where the advantage, I think, comes in, just as far as equipment only is concerned, is setup of the car. So getting the setup right, and then from that point on, once the setup's right, the car's modified, comes down to the driver. So I think Jackson Cotter here is going to, going to learn some things from this race and hopefully apply it for tomorrow's race.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, all the cars out there have a different look to them, and you can see they handle slightly differently than each other, a little more in one area than the other.
Whoa, Brody Klein landing off the finish line and side swiping, but stayed in the gas and kept that car straight.
Yeah, that front straightaway jump seems to get a lot of drivers, but yeah, that was a great save by Brody Klein.
It'd be one thing if it went one way, but it went back and forth a few times, so that is a great save. That is showing you the driving skill. Even at a young age, you know, the drivers, you in point, you were a great driver back in the day. You know, all the kids we mentioned there, Luke Knupp, Connor McMullen, Riley Pierce, you guys were all great drivers, man, and you guys all stayed tight-knit in your respective classes, and it was great to watch the mod karts. Like, I used to love watching that race. I used to love watching all the classes driven there. Well, there you go. Brody Klein still trying to get that first place back from Rylan Gahn. And now the rest of the class just trying to find the short way around the course. And Jackson Cotter. Uh-oh. I'm hearing it. Oh, no. Oh, no is right. Brody Klein with a little bit of a mistake there on the tarmac. I heard an oh no here and looked the wrong direction. I should have looked on the screen.
Wow.
Well, that's going to tell me.
That's one way to cross the finish line. Some problems definitely coming from that 18 car, but just made it across the finish line for that checkered flag and secure his position.
Well, that's a tough break right there. I'm not sure if the final drive in these cars is a CVT, but it more than likely is. Well, not the final drive. The primary is going to be a CVT. The final drive is a chain on these. And that car is definitely not moving forward on the gas going across the finish line, but was able to maintain second place. That's pretty impressive. Well, great job there for Brody Klein. Tough break. Hopefully they'll get that car back together for tomorrow's race, which I don't think there'll be any problem. It sounds like the engine is still fine. It was on the rev limiter. So I think the engine's just fine. They're probably going to pull or push him in over to the podium. But Mia Chapman, we'll talk with these drivers here in a moment. Well, all right. We're going to have to wait for Brody Klein to get toned in over here, but we can start over here with the interviews. Really love this class. And I want to look at these cars here really quick. I said they have a final drive of a chain. But let's see here. Nope, they're 100% final drive. They actually have a gearbox or a transmission. Or is it a... No? Okay. Maybe it is a CVT, but we'll check it out. Maybe we'll ask one of the competitors. Let's get on up here. Well, Jackson Cotter, we'll start with you, and I'm going to try to drag it out while we wait for our second place. Tell me about these. How much you know about these cars?
My car, mostly. I mostly know my car. I mean, of course, it's my car. The other ones, I don't really know how they are.
Well, I'm looking over here. Do they have a belt in them, a CVT?
Yeah.
They do have it. Okay, so what we heard is a CVT failure right there coming out of Brody Klein. All right, well, I was hoping you knew it, and you gave me my answer. All right, let's take us from the racing, man. You had to just watch the race unfold right in front of you.
Yeah.
All right, what was it like for you out there?
It was very fun. It's a very fun track. It's probably my second favorite, probably.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very nice. This track has definitely a lot of history. It's probably one of the younger tracks, and I say that just comparative to the tracks that have been around for a while, such as Prim and Glen Helen and everything. But Firebird, this is a great little track, and I'm glad you like it.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the people that make the race program happen for you.
My mom, my dad, my sister, John Pacheco, Gates Belt, and all the other Cotters.
All right, there it is, Cotter, a big name out here in off-road racing, Jackson Cotter. And we're okay. We're in no hurry at all. What a race up here. So, I know this young man, no stranger to the podium out here at CORR. And, again, not a hurry. Indeed, Brody Klein. All right, well, let's talk about it. A little bit of a different there coming around the finish line. Mistake over there on the tarmac. Was that a direct cause of the transmission? And I'm assuming it's the transmission that went out.
No, it's the belt.
Yeah, the CVT. Making sure. Okay, CVT stands for constant velocity transmission. All right. But I didn't know they had a belt. Well, very good. Bad way to get that race, though.
Yeah.
All right. With the exception of the CVT, take us from the race.
No.
He said no. I ain't telling you nothing. All right. Then let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My dad, my mom, my sister, Foresters, Desert Earth, Megatron, 2X Motorsports, Brash Bros Racing, Rojo Grande Racing, and everybody else.
All right, Brody Klein, he's a little disappointed there with that race, but all right. So, Rylan, I got to ask you, is it gone or gahan? Did you say it with the other letters?
Gone like the wind.
Gone like the wind. I think I asked you that last time. I just want to make sure because being an announcer, it's grammatically, and we don't want to mess up names. So I'll tell you what, from here on out, I will never forget it. So, all right, Rylan gone. Great battle going on out there, and you saw Brody giving it everything he had. And obviously, it is CVT, but you earned it. You were there, and you drove it all the way home.
Yeah, I did. I did mess up one time. I spun out in that one back corner right there, but I still caught up to him, so I think I'm pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. That's a big deal after a mistake. Sometimes after you make the mistake, it's hard to get your senses back and get back in the race.
Yeah, it is. I'm glad I could make it back to him.
Well, it looked great. It was great to announce.
It was.
All right. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
South Point Hotel Casino, Collins Motorsports, VP Racing Fuels, BF Goodrich, Tires, Race 22, my mom, my dad, my whole family, and my dad's old Cup team owner, Mrs. Beard, for coming out here.
Yes, indeed. Rylan Gahn, everybody. A true champion right there, and your winner of the 250 Open. Mia Chapman, that was quite a race. A little bit of drama there, the CVT. Brody Klein, a very disappointed young man. But let's talk about the next race we got coming up.
Absolutely. I have a little special guest up here with me today, going to announce the next race with us, Miss Charlie McKay. But up next, we have the Youth NA Restricted class coming out here shortly. All right, here we go. Our Youth NA restricted class gonna take the green. Looks like that will be the 970 of Jake Hill, our leader, the 548 of Harper McKinney in second, and the 151 of Ryder Greco in third. Well, I do have a special guest up here with me helping me call out the races and place a mark, Miss Charlie McKay. What does it look like out there to you from your point of view with this class? Is this a class you'd like to race or maybe not? What are your thoughts?
I like my car personally, but I've always wanted to race these big cars. I came out and watched the SR1s and all that stuff, and I just like, with Connor and all those guys, I really want to race those when I grow up. And
the SR1s?
Yeah.
The SR1s do look fun. Yeah, that's definitely a class that needs more drivers in it, so maybe that's something you could do today.
Yeah, I really want to. I also love all of these cars, like the older cars. I like to see, watch, and just learn from them. Like, what can I do better and what I'm really good at that I feel like I can improve on.
Absolutely, that's always a great way to look at it too. And these bigger classes, they are so competitive, a lot constantly going on. So it definitely keeps you on your toes. What class do you think you're going to move up into next? Or what would you like to move up into next? That's okay. All right, well, back out front, we have the 970 of Jake Hill out there running a smooth race. Big mistake out there from a Ryder Greco, but a great recovery out of that. A little bit of ground to make up, but I'm sure he can get it done. Looks like that will allow the 36 of Mr. Crew Hart to slip into second place. Side by side, they come down the front straight. The 36 of Crew Hart and Jake Hill. Who will it be coming out of turn one? 3 laps to go, but the battle right now is on for third place between the 548 of Harper McKinney and the 151 of Ryder Greco, putting the pressure on, trying to make that pass happen. We'll see how it kind of shakes up here coming out of turn 3.
All right, Mia Chapman, I hear a lot of exhaust going on out here. Big race. The spotters are going crazy, and I can always tell a great race when the spotters are busy up here.
Man, it has definitely been action-packed for sure. The battle right now for third between Ryder Greco and Harper McKinney is one you would want to miss. Ella Warner also getting up in that mix, trying to make the pass happen. 2 laps to go. Definitely going to be tough. Can she get it done?
All right, Mia Chapman, who we got going at the Hill car out front of 970. And it looks like this is our class man right here. Cash Hart out there. McKinney out there. The Greco car I just saw looking out there. Cole Warner, the number 125. And both McCormick's the 909 and the 737. Oh, it's Ella. I said Cole Warner, didn't I? I'm just full of mistakes today, but that's all right. All right. Did you guys do your interview yet?
We did. She's been helping me commentate this race, talking a little bit.
I wish I would have left. You know what I need to do? Is I need to leave a wired mic up here, and I could do that. I could. Hold on. Let's see if I can do it like right now.
White flag flies for our leader, Jake Hill, with an early lead, checking out from the rest. Crewhart right behind him, and Ryder Greco rounding out that third spot.
Pretty soon we're just going to have a whole spaceship.
Oh, you have another one.
Check two. Check two. Check hey. Well, Mia Chapman, you were able to get up here. Now we're 3 mics strong. Tell us what you think of the race.
I think it's a battle out here with everybody, and
You're good.
everybody wants to win out here. And I like this class.
Yeah, this class is pretty incredible. This is the NA restricted class. Jake Hill right now out front, and the number 970 car, and the Crewhart rather. I thought it would be Cash out there. It's Crewhart on the number 36 car. All right. All right, we're all done then. I was just reading the overlay because I was too busy getting the microphone wired, so if I messed up there again. All right, Mia Chapman, who we got here? 1, 2, 3.
We have the Jake Hill finishing out this race in first, the 36 of Crewhart in second, and the 151 of Ryder Greco rounding out that podium.
All right, there it is. Ryder Greco, great job, Jake Hill. Actually, Crewhart then, and then Ryder Greco. They were 1, 2, and 3, and the only one that changed there, Crewhart, got into the second place. So, all right. Well, some great deals. We got a lot of interviews. Did you get interviewed by Mia Chapman earlier? You did? How did it feel? We're going to play it here. We're going to let it play here in the intermission. So we're going to intermission right after this, right? So you got, I think so. I think you guys got to stay up here. Yep, Youth NA, we're in our intermission. So stay up here because here's what Glenn wanted to do. Glenn wanted me to go interview. Run back up here, do a quick talk between me and you. We'll talk about the interview, and I think your interview is coming up, so stay up here. You two stay up here if you can. Stay here. Stay here. All right, what a race. Let's get these drivers on up here. Ryder Greco, come on. I love the new color. I love it. Crew Hearts. I know, I was up here saying Cash Heart. That's all right. I'm aware of the Heart Crew. I mess up on the Warners. I mess up on the Grecos and the Hearts. I know, it's all right. I'm not. Hey, you guys this may surprise you guys. I'm not perfect. I do the best I can. That's what we get. All right. Well, there it is. All right, Ryder Greco, take us from the race. What happened out there?
I had a good start. Harper got past me, and then made a mistake in turn 3, and then Crew got past me. And then I was stuck behind Harper for a little bit, but I got past him, and then just finished the race.
Man, well, there's a lot of racers out there like that. You really got to run your own race and just get around whoever's there in front of you.
Yeah.
All right, well, that looks great. I love hearing that many cars going that fast on this course.
Yeah.
What's it like out there?
Super fun.
Exciting.
Way better than watching.
All right, very good. I like their style. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen.
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, R&R Steel, No Limit Turf, Brandon with DVP Mode, and all my friends and family who came out to support me.
Ryder Greco, oh.
And Jacob Place, especially him.
Especially for last, but that's all right. Ryder Greco, everybody, third place. But Crew Heart, I apologize. I saw the Heart name up there, and I called Cash. What's this right here?
Dog.
I can tell. Who is it?
We don't have a name yet.
No name? Wait, who'd you say? Sparko? So the name of the dog Sparko now?
Yeah.
It's official?
Yeah.
Everybody go, oh. Oh, my gosh. I can't believe I really did that. All right. All right, let's talk about racing.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, it looked great from where I was sitting. You guys were really dicing it up there for a little bit. You guys didn't get too far away, so what was the secret out there for the race?
Yeah, so I got on the start, and Firebird got in front of me, so I just didn't want to cause a crash right on the start. And then I was waiting for them to make a mistake, and I got around Harper. And then Greco made a mistake going into the corner 3, and I just went inside, and I just took off from there. And I was catching Jake Hill, and then I saw a white flag, and I'm like, oh, dang it.
A little too much at the end there.
Yeah.
All right, well, hey, that's racing. I think it still looked great. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen.
My mom, my dad, Polaris, all my friends and family, Cruise Armor, Sneaky, Wolverine Daylight, Wade for my spotter, Jackson Cotter, Ryder Forster, my brother for helping me get lines down and go faster, and Jake Hill and Greco for my, and God upstairs.
Wow, that is quite a list. You know that's a big list, right?
Yeah.
All right, everybody, Crew Heart doing a great job. But Jake Hill, man, victorious once again on this box.
Yeah.
Tell us about the race.
Just at the start, trying to keep that whole shot and finish it from there.
Man, I think you really got to stay busy. Do you feel the pressure from these boys back there?
Yeah, all the time, just knowing if I make a mistake, they'll be right there in my inside.
They ain't going to let you get away with that.
No.
Very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My dad, my mom, my sister, Zach, the Vales, Signature Repellers, Hill Marine, Exotic Alloys, Redline Oil, Chuck and CMI, Gates Belts, and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Your winner, and there it is. Your lineup, and it was a great interview for all of them out there. And Crew Heart, I accidentally called you Cash Heart, but that's not a big mistake. It's your brother. And the new dog, now named Sparko, right? Indeed. Well, me and Chapman, I'm coming up there. We got a little more chat to do. And we're going to, as you're out there on the live track feed, we're going to take a quick intermission. But first, we have a cool thing that we are trying out here at CORR. Mia Chapman, you were able to get down into the pits and talk with some of these drivers. And Mia Chapman, let's watch this transition over here. But tell us the advantage of going out there and talking to some of the drivers out there in the pits. She's like, got to clean her palette off really quick. And we're going to chat, and we've got 3 of them really quick that we're going to play for you because the rest of the field here, they weren't able to talk. But what was it like out there interviewing the drivers?
It was really awesome getting to talk to them, in a more relaxed environment other than the podium, and just see what their thoughts of the day were.
What's up, everyone? It's Mia Chapman, and we are down here in the pit areas, and I'm here with Mason Atterbury, who just finished up qualifying a little bit ago. So let's hear about how it went.
It went really good.
Really good. Did it get you a good starting spot for the race?
Yeah.
With the weather yesterday and all of the rain that came in, did it change how you drove on the track or set up your car in any way?
No.
You just like going fast? Awesome. Well, it's awesome to have you out here. I know you're such a talented girl, and we love watching you out there. So good luck in the race today, and we'll be watching for you.
Thank you.
Ready? Okay. What's up, everyone? It's Mia Chapman down here in the pit area, and I'm sitting here with Grayson Gentry. Now, Grayson is one of our top runners in one of our 170 classes out here. I know you just got done with qualifying a little bit ago. Tell us about how that went.
It was good.
It was good. Where did you end up placing?
First.
First, not a bad place to start the race, right?
Yes.
Okay, with all the rain yesterday, did that change kind of how you're driving today in qualifying, or not really?
No, it was just yesterday in practice. The rain just made it a little bit more stickier like clay.
Okay, does that make it a little harder to drive then? What do you got to do differently?
It doesn't make it easier. It just makes it easier to drive the car.
Okay, yeah, easier is always what we're going for, right?
Because when it's slickery, it's harder to drive the car.
Okay, yeah, that makes total sense. So hopefully maybe the track will dry out a little more today.
Yes.
Well, I hear you make the trek all the way from Idaho to come out here and race this. Is that right?
Yes.
What's that like, coming from Idaho to kind of out here in Arizona and then jumping on the racetrack straight away?
It's fun.
It's fun? You enjoy it?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, great to hear. Good luck in your race today. We always look forward to talking with you and hopefully see you up there on the podium.
Okay.
With that being said, we're going to take a short intermission if you're out there watching the live track feed. We'll be coming back here in about 30 minutes. I'm going to look here at our intermission. Indeed, we got about a 30-minute break here real quick in the action. We'll be coming back here. Start coming back here within 30 minutes and checking it out. But that's going to do it for the live track feed. Sit tight. Whoa. 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 This one for the radio. All right, everybody, welcome back. It is the second half of racing, and the car is just getting faster and faster as the day goes on. Right now, it is the Youth NA Limited right now out on the course here in round 3. And let's get right to it. On row 1, it is Kyle Niner in the 999 car. Cash Hart, the one we were talking about, the number 2. Tatum Forrest in the 195. And rounding off the top 2 is the 149 of Jackson Howdegate.
Row number 3, we have the 623 of Stephanie Warapius. Right next to her, the 258 of Declan Shields. And running out that field, the 62 of Rylan Gahan and the 381 of Brenna Gork.
Mia Chapman, a packed field of drivers here. And any one of these can be on top of the box here. Kyle Niner on the top of the box many a time. Cash Hart, Tatum Forrester. I mean, pretty much every name in here. Jackson Howdegate, Declan Shields. We haven't seen him all day yet. Stephanie Warapius. Every one of them out here can get on top of this box. There's not a driver here in this class that necessarily stands out from the rest.
Definitely, yeah. Like you said, it's a really competitive class, a really fast class. And you never quite know who's going to be where, and you just have to wait to the start to find out.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. These racers know each other. They know the ins and outs of each other. These are the bigger names now, so a little bit more on the line, a little more sponsorship, a little more, backing these teams. And here we go. We're about to find out who's going to come out on top. Kyle Niner, your fastest qualifier. So Kyle Niner, he might be on the fast car today, so let's find out. Green flag flies! As the number 2, Cash Hart leads him into turn 1 to the inside. Kyle Niner, though, but Cash Hart with the hole shot, lifting both wheels slightly off the ground in turn 1. And he's already got a 4-car lead coming down the back straightaway. So Cash Hart found some speed in that car. From qualifying to here, they all come in clean into turn 2. And Cash Hart still out front as they come into turn 3. Well, Mia Chapman coming into this early start when Cash Hart getting the whole shot like that. What is your strategy become if you're starting mid-pack there and watching the first few cars just kind of check out from the rest of the field?
You definitely want to be there for sure. Starting mid-pack, it really could go either way. You don't know what's going to happen on the start. The leaders could get into it with each other, so you definitely want to be right there. And a lot of patience for sure. Mistakes are going to happen. You just want to be there and keep pushing to capitalize on them when you can take advantage of that.
I think that is absolutely a great strategy in coming in there. Mid-pack, you're kind of stuck in the middle. Especially if, as we said in this class, every single car, as you're finding out, in a drag race, pretty much the same car. Kyle Niner to the inside, though, now to Cash Hart. They get dangerously close, almost tangle in turn 1, but they were both able to. Now look at this, coming into third place into the picture. It is the Tatum Forrester car, the 195 car. He's wanting to battle, and he's in the white car. But Cash Hart now out front. And Kyle Niner is not going to let Cash Hart just walk away with it. There's a great aerial view. You can see where they changed the course now. A little bit longer, and here's the step up. That step up may not look like much from that view, but from this view, that step up pretty intimidating. It doesn't look like much from the drone. Uh-oh, is that smoke we see coming off of Cash Hart's car? Or was that just the dust on the tarmac? All right, don't let me say that. That apparently was just dust on the tarmac. Here they again. Kyle Niner to the inside, not able to make that pass on turn 1. Top 3 guys within striking distance of each other. Kyle Niner out front, Cash Hart. Tatum, I had that backwards. Cash Hart out front, Kyle Niner in second, and Tatum Forrester in third place. And they're right there. Look at this, 1, 2, 3. They are not letting it up. Great performance out of Jackson Howdegate right now in the 149 car. Great aerial view there. And all 3 cars within striking distance on the tarmac. And slightly different lines from each car. But you can see the groove there. The blue groove starting to develop here as the day goes on. Wow. Tatum Forrester with a great line going into turn 1. Keeping the car solid on the forest. But Cash Hart still out front. Our Easy Up coming off its podium. Well, back here to the racing action. But now Kyle Niner right on the rear bumper down the front straightaway with Cash Hart. Now Cash Hart has got to field it. And there, wow, Kyle Niner with a very aggressive turnout in turn 1. Go to the outside and try to pick up the slingshot halfway through the corner. That was a unique line.
Yeah, the track's definitely starting to dry out a little more, become a little slicker. So we'll see a lot of the drivers start to move their lines up and open up their lines more, especially when you're out front.
These 3, this is about as close as it gets right here. It's one thing to see a couple cars doing this, but watching 3 cars battle it out within 1 car length of each other, lap after lap, this is what off-road racing is all about right here. Cash Hart into turn 5. Over the step up, Kyle Niner right behind him. But Tatum Forrester, he's carrying a lot more speed than the 2 cars in front of him. Has to get out of it. He's doing a great job of not collecting 1 and 2. You can see right there, Tatum Forrester appears to have a faster accelerating car. That's right where he's going to show you down the front straightaway. Within half a car length of each other. Kyle Niner with a great aggressive line here into turn 1, but Tatum Forrester to the inside tries to make the pass stick on Kyle Niner, and he can't get it done. Kyle Niner to the inside. I think Cash Hart rather is going to have the line out and is not going to be able to make it stick, and indeed, lots of speed you have to scrub coming down that front straightaway if you're going to go to the inside in turn 2. I caught me at Chapman mid-swallow, drinking her Red Bull. That must be great. You always have Red Bull.
Definitely helps for sure.
But right now, the battle out front. Kyle Niner not giving Cash Hart an inch. Cash Hart is going to have to drive this race to the finish line. And now Tatum Forrester off pace a little bit. I'm wondering if that leads me to believe there's a problem with that car. Wow. Well, a tough break for Tatum Forrester. And I'm only speculating, but it would appear to me Tatum Forrester, after being one of the faster cars there on the 1, 2, and 3, I don't think he made that big of a mistake here. Now, listen to me, I could be wrong and I'm just speculating, but I'm wondering if there is an issue now with Tatum Forrester's car. We're going to find out here in the second half. But what an exciting first half right there. Kyle Niner and Cash Hart putting on a great race.
Absolutely, yeah. I kept waiting for, the passes back and forth to happen, and they never did. And Crewhart really driving a really good race today, being smooth on a wheel, not making too many mistakes. But Kyle Niner is right there to capitalize on any of that if that happens. So, yeah, these next few laps are going to be crucial.
It is really, and if you look at these cars, pretty much evenly matched. They seem to be set up the way the drivers or the teams like them. and they were able to put down some blistering laps there. And Kyle Niner never letting Cash Hart more than a couple car lengths out of his way. So I'm wondering if there was a little bit of strategy there. If Kyle Niner is going to let Cash Hart make the mistake, or is Cash Hart just out driving him right now? And Tatum Forrester was up there, but he kind of went backwards there just before the caution. So we're going to see if now Jackson Howdy doing a great job. If I saw Howdy up there in 4th place. So is Tatum Forrester's car damaged, and is Jackson Howdy now with the yellow flag going to get back up in there in the battle, or is Tatum Forrester was he just having issues with the car, or did he make a slip up? It's going to be interesting. That's why the competition yellow is always great. So we'll see. We're about to find out. Second half coming up right now. The cars are stacked and re-racked. Green flag flies. Cash Hart into turn 1. Kyle Niner, though, still trying to find that inside line to carry the speed, but Tatum Forrester looks like he's got his speed back. So I would almost think that Tatum made a mistake and he was able to benefit from the competition yellow.
Definitely, yeah, it looks that way, and that's why these, it's hard for the leaders because you never want to have the group bunched back up, but it makes for some really good racing and really shows the talent.
Well, yes, especially for, as I just pointed out, the top 3, they checked out. And like I said, if there was a mistake, and I'm speculating again, but if Tatum Forrester made a mistake, he was able to get back in the lead, back in the lead battle, or battle for the lead, let's say it that way. And now Tatum Forrester right on the rear bumper of the Kyle Niner and Cash Hart battle right in front of him. And there they are, 1, 2, 3. Now Tatum, it doesn't appear that Tatum lost any speed. It appears that he might have made a mistake here before the competition yellow. But here they are, the drag race once again. Kyle Niner to the outside, just slightly out of the blue groove. And Cash Hart's car setting up beautifully in turn 1. We were talking about overdriving the car or underdriving the car, but it would appear that Cash Hart has found that fine line that you were talking about. And me and Chapman looked up. I'm wondering what happened there.
Bicycles from 2nd and 3rd place.
Well, he lost his wheel. Bad break for Kyle Niner. Lost both of them. What happened? Oh, no, okay, it's just the one. Okay. Whoa! What a save! Cash Hart! What a save! On the bike once again! But what a tough break. Now he's no way he's going to be able to catch back up. And there it is. Tatum Forrester now inheriting the lead this time around. Kyle Niner out of the race. Broken spindle. Tatum Forrester right there all along. I think we're going full course, so that's going to be... Let's look at the overlay here. Wow, what a lucky break for Cash Hart, though. And now listen again, everybody. This is where I have to say I am unofficial. From my vantage point, we are not white flag 1 to go. We are 2 to go. So when we come back, once we get all the cars off the track and the track clear, we're going to come back with 2 to go. Now, Cash Hart, unfortunately, after riding the bike here into turn 5, that's going to be a lot of ground for Cash Hart to make up. And unfortunately, on the bike, he did the right thing. He stayed out of traffic, didn't collect anybody else, and he didn't get injured or hurt himself, and did not hurt his car. But had to do a little back and forth, a little Mike Myers, if you will, back and forth until he got back on the course. That cost him all the way to the rear of this class. Started with 8, and I don't think we've had any casualties so far, so other than Kyle Niner. So Kyle Niner now, and I believe there's going to be 7 cars left out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe we only had 7, so now we're down to 6. But Cash Hart, after being out front, is now 2 laps. Can he get it done? Does he have the speed? What are your thoughts, Mia Chapman?
Man, I think anything's possible. He's definitely fast, as he was leading most of that entire race. A lot of talent there as well, so it's going to be tight and tough, but I wouldn't count him out yet.
Man, I have to agree there. And I would assume by the reaction into turn 2 over here that started that, it was him that bicycled going in there. And I would only say that because he bicycled again in turn 5. So maybe he had a little setup preference wrong with the car, a little bias different, who knows. Or maybe he was just driving it too hard.
Yeah, I mean, the dirt is so unpredictable. It's different every single time you go around. It develops more ruts, it gets drier, gets slicker. I mean, you never know really how it's going to go, but when you can react quick like that and save it, that's definitely the key to it.
That was definitely a great reaction. You know, a lesser driver doesn't know that turn into it, you know, and that actually sometimes is hard to do, because if you think about it, as the car is going over, you got the tires turning the direction that it's going over. To turn that tire physically back the exact opposite direction, you have to lift the weight of the car, meaning the bias that's already being applied to the car from turning out. So not only do you have to be instinctive to turn the car, you have to lift that whole car up. Now, these cars have power steering, electric power steering, but regardless, it is still comes down to your first reaction, and then you have to stay committed into that wheel to pull that car, to have that car sit down. And then the last thing you have to do is stay on the gas a little bit, because if you let off the gas, the car wants to pop immediately into the bike. I mean, there's a lot of factors going in to save a bike.
Definitely, yeah. It's a hard thing to do and an even harder thing to learn, but once you can kind of get the hang of that, it becomes second nature, and you're most of the time able to save them. Sometimes they get away from you, but yeah, great save from him. We'll see what happens here with 2 laps to go.
All right, well, let's see. You got to go a little bit of issues here with Kyle Niner. I think he's out of the car. Yeah, there's Kyle now, so he's fine. But the safety crew just trying to get that car out without damaging it. And it's already got a broken spindle. You don't want to damage the car, because we want that car to race all weekend. Now, Mia Chapman, here's another thing, another scenario we have to look at. So you can see 6 of the cars now left in this battle. They are now sitting on the tarmac, hot car. They're anxious. They already got the class, but they only got 2 laps to go. What's going through their minds now?
Man, I think really just trying to keep it together and stay as smooth as possible, especially with only 2 laps to go. There's not a lot of room for mistakes at all. So, yeah, I think patience will be a big key here, as, you know, everybody has moved up a couple spots. And Jackson Howdegi now finds himself in second place when he was running in 4th. So, you know, anything can happen, and you always want to be there just in case, you know, as we saw out there with our 2 leaders.
Well, I have a feeling that that Cash Hard is going to come on strong, and he is going to have to keep that car. I mean, after you said actually on the bike twice, it's going to be a great end of this race. That's for sure. 2 laps to go. It's going to be a grudge match. All right, let's talk about some of the sponsors that we have out here. Cactus Splash Pools. Summertime's coming. We only got 1 more race to go. The temperature's going to start heating up, and you need your pool clean. So you guys make sure you find out Cactus Splash Pools. They are a sponsor out here at CORR Racing, and they have been a great job. You got to start thinking about your pool, because through the winter, we don't really think of our pool, but if you neglect it, you really got to pay the price for when you get it ready for swimming for summertime. So make sure you get a hold of Cactus Splash Pools, and we will definitely keep you posted. I don't know how to get home. We're about to find out here. We got everything on the rest of them. There it is. Cactus Splash Pools, they're family owned and they're operated. They're a cleaning and service company based out of Surprise, Arizona. Mention CORR for a free month of service. Oh, wow. Now, that's a big deal. I didn't see that. So I'm glad we turned the page here and looked at it. I mentioned CORR Racing, that you heard this ad. Services at the Phoenix West Valley area as well, proudly supporting us. Check it out. Chris at cactus-splash.com. Cactus-splash.com. Or cactus-splash. And if you guys want their number, 480-335-5954. Check them out online or give them a call once again at 480-335-5954. All right, Weller Racing, Mia Chapman, you know a lot about them, Jason and Corey Weller. They specialize in development of UTV parts, custom SR1 class cars. The brands include Can-Am, Polaris, Honda, Kawasaki, and Yamaha, and of course they take care of their SR1 classes as well. Based out of Chandler, Arizona, I've been right down there. Weller Racing is, I would almost willing to bet you, if you're racing and you're racing hard, I'll bet you have at least one Weller Racing component on your car. Now, you, on the other hand, probably everyone they have to offer.
No, definitely. They make some of the best parts, race cars. They've been around the industry for quite a while now, so super awesome to have them out here as one of our series sponsors.
It is great to have them out here as well. I agree with you. Do you know, check. I just realized I had effects on my microphone this whole time. I'm just a clumsy mess today, Mia Chapman. But that's all right, you know. Tomorrow will be perfect. 100%. I'm manifesting it, though. I figure if I manifest it or think that way or try that way, we'll be good. That means every interview has been with effects today. Oh, my. Luckily, I got the effects down to 0, so. All right. So, Mia Chapman, let's have a little race speculation here. Tatum Forrester, strong runner out there. He's been in 1, 2, and 3. He's one of the fast cars out there on this particular race. But can Cash Hart get back up there right behind Tatum, or can he catch him?
Man, it'll be close. We'll have to see.
Green flag flies. Tatum Forrester leading this field back in. Cash Hart is right there within 4 cars. Tatum Forrester with a big mistake in turn 1 to slow him up a little bit. Cash Hart to the inside. And Cash Hart already into 3rd place down the rear straightaway, the back straightaway. And there it is, Cash right there, 1, 2, 3. But he's got his hands full, and now Jackson Howdigi, looks like Jackson's going to run the race of his life right now, has the opportunity to be 2nd place on the box, as long as Tatum Forrester doesn't make a mistake. Tatum with another mistake in turn 4. Jackson Howdigi now out front and hands it over to Cash Hart. Well, I've been talking about manifestation. There it is. I just manifested that pretty much word for word, and it happened. I hope Jackson Howdigi gets on the box so he can say, how did it feel to be in the lead there for 2 turns? Man, Cash Hart simply on fire today. And Tatum Forrester with 2 huge mistakes, and now Jackson Howdigi is going to have his hands full with Tatum Forrester down the back straightaway. And then there were 6. Well, Cash Hart should be taking no precautions. He's going to have to run it all the way in. Tatum Forrester with another open door, but was able to get it close. I will hold on to it. Well, Mia Chapman, what an exciting race. I think that's pretty much where it's going to end up. Cash Hart with only 1 turn to go. Can he make it all the way? The Hart crew up here already fists up and very excited. Your winner, Cash Hart, the number 2 car. Tatum Forrester able to get around Jackson Howdigi. And what a race. And you can see the crew here. They're very excited.
I don't blame him. That was a heck of a drive from Mr. Cash. I mean, he came from all the way in the back, all the way back up to 1st within a matter of, what, 2, 3 laps?
I mean, yes, after being back down as far as 4th place, he had to restack because of a big mistake in turn 5, and not necessarily a mistake. A bike's not necessarily a mistake. Sometimes that is that ragged edge that we've been talking about, that you're pushing it hard, you go into the corner, and you literally can get up on the bike by just one flick of the steering wheel. And we're talking the difference of an inch. And especially as we were talking about these cars with electric power steering, it doesn't take a lot of input. These cars will go right up on the bike. That just simply means you have overturned your center of gravity. Let it all hang out. All right. Well, me and Chapman, I'm going to run down and talk to these winners here in a bit. Stick around. So me and Chapman, I'm down here and I realized I made another mistake. I'm just full of them today. I need to stop admitting that I'm making these things because all right, let's get these leaders and winners up here. Come on, let's get it going. I called it wrong once again. Get on up there, young lady. We'll start with you. Well, Stephanie, I got to owe you an apology. I was totally off key. I was calling it as the Howdy car in third, but, man, you got it done. And what a race that was. Little bit of drama there, and you were able to get it here to the box.
Yeah, it was some good racing for sure.
You got the lead there for a smidgen, but, boy, they weren't having it in the back.
Yeah.
Well, I was rooting for you, and I wanted to see you on top. But good race for you, too. You stayed consistent.
Thank you.
All right. Well, who do you want to say thank you to?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, FSP Motorsports, Sneaky Side-by-Side for the tune, Bad Side-by-Sides, Go Fast Girls, Spastic Productions, PRP Seats, Holloman Hot Rods, Havoc, Rugged Radios, AVI Wraps, Anti-Gravity Batteries, and GBC, and anyone else who helps me.
Stephanie Moore, IBS, everybody, a great job there. Man, oh man, Tatum Forrester, you know, it would appear to me from my vantage point up there, you had a really fast car, man, and you were definitely right there the entire race.
Yeah, I just try and do my best out here. I haven't had a win in a while, so it feels good.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It looked good, and, man, I thought you were going to get on top there for a second because you really were carrying a lot of speed around this track.
Yeah, I mean, I've been putting in the work, got a new car. Hopefully that helped out a little bit. Just trying to do my best and try and make as little errors as possible.
Well, I'll tell you what, it really showed there was a lot of exchanging. Kyle Niner there with a broken spindle. You were right there. Like I said, it appeared that your car was just a little better set up than everybody else's, so you had the speed coming into corner, but it was a very exciting race to watch.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Mom, Dad, Tyler, all the friends and family that come out and support, my younger brother, all the kids that support, 2X, Renegade, Southwest Graphics, Economy Plumbing, Elka Racing, and I think that's it for now. That's it.
All right, 10 first, everybody. Great job. But Cash Hart, wow. Let's talk about this, man. You got up front. You had your hands full. Kyle Niner and this young man, Tatum, were not letting you have it. You had your hands full the entire race. You could not make one mistake. The way that I called it, it was amazing. Couple of bikes, and unfortunately, the last bike got you all the way back to the rear of the pack.
Yeah, when I saw Kyle Niner flipping or wrecking my rear and I got distracted going into turn 5, and I braked too hard, and I got back on the gas, and I just hit a rut, and I almost went over so close, and I almost went in the wall too, and the adrenaline was flowing through me, and I saw the caution. I'm like, I got one more chance to do it, and I was in the back. It felt like all odds were against me, and I just did what I do.
Well, that is a race cap right there. Look, when I ask you how was your race, that's what I want to hear right there. Well, man, congratulations. A great job. I'm going to shake that hand out there. Dad, you were right. He knows what I'm talking about. But let's hear from the people you want to say thank you to.
I want to start off by thanking God and everything, man. After that bike, man, I was really getting down on myself, and my spotter, Wade, was really telling me to stay in it, just keep calm, and just focus on what you know how to do. And I want to thank my dad, my mom, my brother for all the support, and Ronnie and Jesus for just staying on the car and making sure it's all good for prep and qualifying and practice. And I want to thank Rugged Radios, Hoosier Tires, Sneaky for the amazing tune-up once again. He's giving me an awesome car, and that's it.
All right, Cash Hart, everybody. That's the way to get it done. He was in the back there, and he was able to get all the way back within 2 laps on top of this box. Great job, Cash Hart. Mia Chapman, we got some more races coming up next, and who is in our class?
We have our pro and amateur NA class coming up next.
Notables out there. Declan Shields, good to see you out there. Man, what a race. And Mia Chapman, we covered that race just before it started, and we said anybody out there in this class can end up on the podium.
Yeah, it's an unpredictable one for sure. A lot of talent in that class, a very fast class at that, so you never quite know how it's going to end up. But, yeah, incredible race, awesome drive from Cash Hart all the way back up to the front. So we'll kick off this next one here soon, and from the looks of it, it's another action-packed class as well.
Man, what a race. Oh, we got him sideways now. All right, that'll work. Wow. It's like somebody took the phone and turned it left. Thanks. Like all the rest of the girls in my life making fun of how old I am. I love it. Well, I'll tell you what, then I'll take the glory. Here we go. And P1 of the amateurs leading off in row number 1. It's Ryder Chapman in the number 32 car. Right next to him, Carson Greco in the 155. Brian Willett, 951. And the 295 of Michael Bernstein.
In our Pro NA class, we have the 101 of TJ Sewers. Right next to him, the 1047 of Braden Craw. Row number 5, the 64 of Ryder Van Beekum. Right next to him, the 1917 of Jesse Lanham. And rounding out the field, the 64 of Robert Van Beekum.
Now, both cars, both Ryder Van Beekum and Robert Van Beekum with issues during qualifying. I don't even think Robert got one lap out there in the number 64 car, so hopefully they were able to get that car. I know your brother, part of that crew, Kyle Arkansas over there. Man, I've seen 5 teams over there getting the Van Beekums back into the race because when the Van Beek, see the craziest thing, the Van Beekums, they got so much car, they got so much axles, they have so much of everything that over there that it also takes an army to get those cars if they break, you know, because 9 times out of 10, it's not just a knuckle, it's not just an axle, it's something major over there because those engines are so finely tuned to race. If they have an issue, man, it's quite an undertaking. And the Van Beekums, very rarely, if there's a catastrophic failure, get a break. They have to get back into the pits and get those cars back in. And you're about to find out if they did or did not. And I got a prediction. I bet they did.
Yeah, big team effort for sure. A lot of cars over there, a lot going on, and you definitely don't want to break something. But not the typical place for Bobby to be in the back of the pack. But no doubt, if they got that car fixed back up, we'll have a race on our hands for sure.
Well, big deal, and we saw it earlier in a video coming up here. TJ Sievers, he had complete catastrophic engine failure at the end of qualifying. He crossed the finish line, and that car just went kaputs. So did they get it back together? There it is, 101. He's still on the pole. He was the fastest qualifier, but a fresh engine in that car, 0 break-in time. And there's Ryder Van Beekum to the inside already, and they're trying to get it done. And that, if I know is right, is the Braden Craw car in rounding off the top 3. Now the start, as you heard, the others pull up. And I was going to say, I bet you the number 32 of Ryder Chapman led into turn 1. And Carson Greco right next to him. Ryder Chapman way wide into turn 2. Carson Greco not able to get up there. And another one of the great cars out here. To the Brian Willett, the 951. Top 3, but the 295 car not let him have it. Of Michael Bernstein. We know that orange livery on that car. Michael Bernstein, though, tough competitor as well. Michael Bernstein with a slip up. I don't think that was any mistake of his own. So TJ Sievers with catastrophic engine failure right after qualifying leads this pack in the Pro NA class. So at this moment, it would appear they got that engine back in that car and they're doing it right. So such a great thing to see such young drivers already in pro. TJ Sievers, I think he's 15 or 16. Braden Craw, do you have to be 16 to be pro here? So 15 or 16. Braden Craw, same thing. And Ryder Van Beekum, 16. I mean, that is a young pro class right there.
Absolutely, yeah. Young class, but a lot of talent in there. That's another one that's kind of unpredictable. You don't really know who's going to be on that top position, but they're putting on a great race so far, keeping it pretty clean. And smoke now coming from the 101
that
of
is not
TJ
a good
Sewers.
thing. Now, Mia Chapman, I'm sure this spotter sees TJ Seaver's car letting out smoke. What do you do in that case? Do you run it until it stops, or do you pull over and stop? And if you're in the lead, what do you do?
I think you run it because you don't quite know what the problem is. You don't know if that's exactly the engine going out. It could be some other problem that's not as catastrophic that would put him out of the race. So, yeah, I think when you're running in that first position, you just got to run it.
I mean, just to be devil's advocate in this conversation, you're in the lead right now, and I would imagine, let's say that is coolant coming out of the radiator. He's got to be watching the temperature gauge rise. So I would say if the temperature gauge is rising and you're in the lead, do you burn it down? I guess that's, like I said, I'm just being devil's advocate. That doesn't look like a lot of smoke. Now, or the next issue, new engine, used engine. What if it's just oil and there's enough oil in the engine that it'll finish without damaging it? So there's a lot of scenarios here. But at this moment, they're elected to stay out there, so. This is a 10-lap race, and there's only 4 laps down, so hopefully that doesn't, hopefully catastrophic failure doesn't find that car. It seemed to have subsided for now, and the reality is, and the biggest reason I say it is Ryder Van Beekem right behind you. Muzzy engine, finely tuned car, and a great driver. So, man, that car, it's obviously still got its power because TJ Sievers is driving that right on home. There it is. That poor flag on the end of TJ Seaver's car. Just trying to rip that flag clean off. Poor flag's just a rag. Braden Craw gonna share that car with his dad as he races in the vet class here later on this afternoon. But Ryder Chapman, once again, out in front of the amateur race. Great aerial shot right there. TJ Sievers not allowing that smoke coming off the back of that car to affect it at all. My eyes couldn't deceive me, but it looked like a little bit of a checkup right there. Well, there are race cars. If you're out here, there are race cars everywhere on this track. TJ Sievers, though, still up front, and we got the mandatory or competition yellow. 1, 2, 3 in the pro race. TJ Sievers, Ryder Van Beekem, and Braden Craw. You're 1, 2, 3, and right behind that field, Ryder Chapman, Carson Greco. Now, Carson Greco, great job out there, and rounding off the top 3 is Brian Willett. So Mia Chapman, a race recap right now. Does TJ Seaver's car now, especially now out of race trim, is something? Does it heat up at this point? Does oil temperatures change? Oil pressure change? I mean,
yeah, everything's constantly changing when they're out there, but it doesn't look too catastrophic just from it spouting out a little bit of smoke in turn one. Other than that, I don't see it anywhere else. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say they're going to run it until the finish with just a few more laps to go. So we'll see how it kind of shapes up.
Man, those first laps are over in the blink of an eye, so interesting that a competition yellow is out this late. But, wow. And, you know, TJ Seavers, after a blown engine, pretty much have to work on the car once you discover that it's gone. Right up until, I bet they were working on it literally, he probably threw his suit on and barely got in the car. And your brother was over there helping, so he had to get his car. And his car was ready to go, but I guarantee they had to kind of all separate, and that probably left I'm trying to yawn here, but one or two people left on the car. Why can't yawn? I got a busy day today. All right, let's see what we got here. I accidentally closed the window and it closed the live chat. A big pile up collecting Ryder Chapman, Braden Craw.
Peter Van Beekum now having problems pulling off to the side over there. Definitely not the lap you want to be having that on. A heartbreaker for sure.
And that's kind of exactly what I was talking about, is these cars getting having to get down out of race speed. We can watch it now on the replay. And we'll see who got out of shape here. Oh, looks like it happened up front here. Hard to see from that vantage point here that I'm watching on the replay. Becky Greco says, go Carson Greco. And the 101. Go get him, TJ, from Mike. Is that Field? Or Michael Feld, rather. All right. Becky Greco, when you say Carson, we know Ryder, and vice versa. Yes, ma'am. Becky, I definitely apologize for that. I've been messing Cash and crew and the Greco names. But another yellow comes out, and I have a feeling we will not take another lap away from this. Tough break for the Van Beekum crew once again. But your brother's still out there, and TJ Seaver is still out there. So if there's anything that's getting ready to go south on that car, it doesn't appear apparent any longer.
Yeah, definitely very unpredictable on these mandatory yellow starts. You never know how they're going to go, especially with, 3 laps to go. Everybody's going to put everything out on the line to try to come out on top. So we'll see if we can have a cleaner restart here.
Yeah, that was a little bit hectic there, and I'm glad that there was no broken parts there, or hopefully there's no visual broken parts there. I don't think there was any contact by any of the cars. That turn 1 is quite the bear. Thankfully, Kevin, our flag guy, can keep things in check and try not to let them have too much speed going into turn 1. Yeah.
I think it's just getting really slick out there. I mean, we see most of the cars go through there, and they're almost over-rotating, and especially on a restart, you can collect all the people behind you. So, yeah, it's a tough one.
Well, all right. Well, here we go. As you pointed out, Mia Chapman, just a few more laps to go. Still anybody's race. So now TJ Seavers, Carson Greco, Ryder Chapman, Brian Willett, and Michael Bernstein. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Braden Crowell, a little bit of a hiccup there going into turn 2. But that issue of smoke, TJ Seaver is showing no no intentions of slowing down or pulling over. So TJ Sievers, great job and a great testament to him and the team for getting that engine in. And now Ryder Chapman, first of the amateurs, mixing it up with the pros once again on the rear bumper of TJ Sievers, but ahead of his class. And that's going to say Ryder Chapman. Carson Greco still in second behind Ryder Chapman in the amateurs. TJ Sievers up front. And let's see as they come around who has got. There's TJ. So Braden Craw. So Braden Craw, the second pro out there, but he is behind three of the amateurs. And Jesse Laham out there in the 1917, he is the lone Yamaha YXZ right there. And he is in the pro class. So he will be third on the box if he holds on, because all the cars in front of him, other than the Braden Craw car, they're all the amateurs.
Brian Willett now moving up into that second position in the amateur and A class.
Brian Willett, rock solid driver. I think his race program makes the adjustments where they need to be made, you know, in the car, in the driver, in the crew, wherever they. I think Brian Willett and his, at least from what I see from performance-wise, Brian Willett, everybody, the crew, cars set up, they got a job to do, and I think they pretty much effectively get it done. Ryder Chapman, though, man, you know, R&R Steel, our main sponsor out here, the 2025 CORR R&R Steel season, one race away from being in the history books. But I have to say it, Mia Chapman, not just because he's your brother, but because Ryder Chapman, what a great investment for R&R Steel and that entire team over there. Investing in your brother to get that car up on the podium. He's done so very rewardingly with very few mistakes to take him off the box.
Absolutely, yeah. He puts in the time and work to come out here and win these races and do his best. So a lot of talent there for sure.
And there it is, the checkered flag for TJ Sievers and your brother Ryder Chapman will top the two classes. TJ Sievers, they finished 1 and 2. Brian Willett in second unofficially, and Braden Craw coming across the line second in the pro class. So there they are, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. So, and here is your third pro, and that is the Laham car. The Laham car, rather. My apologies. What's that? Laham? I would think it's Laham. I don't know. Maybe it's Lamb. I don't know. Lanham? How would you say it? Landham. All right, Landham. Well, I'll ask him how to say it because he's third on the podium. And then of the amateurs, Ryder Chapman and Brian Willett, and we lost one of them. It is Greco? Did we lost Greco? Oh. Well, I'll take it. Let's talk with them. We'll meet the drivers right after this. Sit tight. All right. Well, let's see who the girls got them up here first. I do believe they're going to have the amateurs up here. No, we'll take the pros. Let's do the pros. The pros. That's going to be Jesse Lanham, right? Oh, wait, do I have it right? I'm just making sure. Braden Craw and TJ Sievers. I think you guys are all that's left in it, so get on up here. And like I said, yeah, it's gonna be Braden and then TJ if Braden's not a lap down, and I don't think he is. I just don't think he is. All right. Where's my pros? Come on. Well, Jesse, let's start with you. The lone Yamaha YXZ out there, man. Good to see that car out here.
Thank you. These dudes are fast. I have no business being in this class, but it was fun. I had a blast doing it. You guys should drive, man. Just a desert boy trying to do it in the short course, and I'm not very good at it yet.
So I was making that observation during your qualifying. That car set up very soft. I said it almost looks like it's set up for desert. And, hey, put some smaller tires on it, get it set up, though, and come out here and do some short course racing.
Yeah, I ordered some shocks off eBay, threw some tires on there, and the shocks came untuned. They're not tuned at all. I just jacked it up to get ride height out of it and came out here and send it a little bit.
Well, the fact that it even works as good as it does, I commend you for that. And that's, hey, sometimes that's what happens.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the people you want to say thank you to.
My crew down there, they always help me out. My beautiful fiance, she deals with me doing all this stuff. It's always something different with something going around. So thank you guys, and thank you, CORR, for putting it on, and you guys for not minding me bashing up into you a little bit every now and again. So.
Hey, you know what? That's racing. They're used to it. So great to have you out here. And are we going to see you for more short course racing?
Yeah, we're going to do that. And then they said something about a Class 11 bug next year, so that'll be on their market too.
Yeah, now that is something about that and trucks and bugs. I can't wait to see it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, there it is, Jesse Lanham. Great job out there. But let's keep it going. Braden Crom. I mean, what a race. A lot of stuff going on out there. A lot of cars dropping out, but you stayed strong.
Yeah, I tried after the restart. I tried to go out and then fade in. Did not work. And then my steering was all bent after, and then I pulled over, straightened up my steering wheel, and I tried to catch him again after the full restart.
Man, you did a great job. It was incredible to watch. Ryder Van Beeken with some problems there, and you guys just picked it up and kept racing.
Yeah, my belt was slipping a little bit. I don't know. My dad's trying to fix it because he's racing the vet class right after, yeah. So, yeah, that happened.
Well, I mean, good luck to your dad, man. All right, well, now he gave us something to work with. All right, well, let's talk about the people you want to say thank you to.
My mom, my dad, huge thanks to Polaris, PCI, Mark Queen for the fast car over there, Hoosier Tires, Method Race Wheels, and everybody else. Thank you.
There you go, Braden Cry, everybody. Great job. Well, TJ Sievers, let's talk. Qualifying round come up. You sputtered across the line, blown engine. You've been working on it ever since.
Yeah, it's been a crazy weekend. The weekend isn't even over. We've been busting our ass trying to get it all done, and finally got together and standing on top of this box.
Well, let's talk about it, too. It seemed like on lap 2 or 3 you developed a little bit of smoke. I don't know if your spotter noticed it. Temperatures changing for you. Is it demonstrating anything, any catastrophic failure?
The car ran fine other than the oil being everywhere, but other than that, it was a blast. I love running with these kids.
All right, so it's just oil all over the header, so the engine's ready to go for next race.
We'll see.
All right. Well, congratulations. You still got it done. You're on top of the box. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for TJ Sievers.
I'd like to thank our Heavenly Father, Polaris, R&R Steel, Rob Muzzy, Mayru, DX Star, ZRP, JG Racing, Steel Savers, Valor Wheels, and a special thank you to Ryder Chapman, my dad, Michael, my brother, Brian, JC for getting the oil, and I really give all of them props because they helped a tremendous amount.
Well, I was just going to say, we know now who put the engine in that thing. Big round of applause. TJ Sievers climbing out on top of this pro class after getting an engine done, but with the right crew behind him. And speaking of that crew, coming up next, the amateurs, Ryder Chapman. Who else made it there? Ryder Chapman made it. Carson Greco pulled off. It's going to be Brian Willett, and then Michael Bernstein. Didn't you get it? All right.
Here, he'll help you out. You want to get on the third place?
Yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to. It's up to you. Yeah, that's fine.
Actually, yeah, I can.
All right, no problem at all. I've learned to hold it steady for you until you get up there. All right, you're good. All right, Michael Bernstein. Well, you know what? A little bit of a slip up there into turn 3, man, but you got it done. It's always great to see you up here and get into the battle here, and I love seeing you up here.
Yeah, it was good. My foot kept slipping off the throttle, so that didn't help.
That didn't help. They over-rotated there into turn 5, but you got right back in the battle.
Yep.
Well, thank God you did, because here it is, landed you 3rd spot on the box.
Yep, it feels good.
All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen.
I want to thank Valley Steel Supply, my mom, Ruthless Power Sports, Extreme Manufacturing, Pro EFI, and then CORR for putting on a great event.
Well, you know we love you here.
Yes. All
right. You be all right standing here? All righty. I got to go real slow. All right, let's keep it going, though. Well, Brian Willett, man, you're on fire. I've seen you race for a long time. You did a great race there. Maybe I've seen some things that put you back, but, man, you were just pushing it.
Yeah, thank you. I tried to keep it consistent, but kept making some mistakes, almost flipping the car, but was able to keep it on all 4 wheels this race.
I think that's the thing we were talking about most is you got to push that ragged edge, and that you did on this race. You were definitely one to catch Ryder Chapman there, and it showed.
Yeah, the track was definitely a little choppy, but you just have to pin it through it and let it go.
Mia Chapman called it. That's exactly what she called. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make Brian Willett's weekend happen.
I'd like to thank RMG Motorsports, IMG Motorsports, Willett Motorsports, my mom, my dad, and my family.
There it is, Brian Willett. I met a few words, but he gets it done. But this man, Ryder Chapman, man, I have a feeling in your dominance in this class, you're just going to be on top of this box until you move up.
That's the plan. It was most definitely a nerve-wracking race, to say the least. Was in first, was holding it pretty good, and then threw it away in 1 on the restart. Got into crawls unintentional on my right, and then got in the blue groove, slid up. So happens, working our way back up from the back. That pass on Greco in turn 2, that was pretty sketchy. I kind of just threw it in there. And I was like, it's all or nothing right now. Yeah. It worked. So sucks that he broke. He's been getting really fast. It's been hard to keep up with him. But it's a fun race. Track was a little rough, but you got to adapt to the track. Everyone else has to. So it was still fun. Glad to be back out here. Got the motor back in the car after last race. Air filter popped off, so I had to take it apart, rebuild it. And then before this race, took the motor out of TJ's car, put it back in. So I'm glad his car ran. He won. Just good day today.
All right, very good. Anybody that's you want to send that thank yous to?
Yeah, my mom, my dad, Extreme Machine Fabrication. Huge shout out to Jimmy. He just gave us free set of A-arms for the car. We didn't have any, so we were kind of like scrambling last minute. So big thank you to him. And big thank you to R&R Steel, Muzzies, E2R Shocks, Rugged Radios. Who else? Rugged Radios, and God for keeping me safe, and CORR.
All right, Ryder Chapman on top of the box. I'm going to get out the way for the pictures. And Rally, give me thumbs up when you're good to go. Michael Bernstein, come on, my brother. I will help you. Yep. Mama, you got this? Thank you, and I got you. All right, very good. And Papa, you got him? Valley Steel, by the way. Great having him out here. And Mia Chapman, we got a couple more races. Who we got coming up next? You're very welcome. Appreciate it. Very welcome. Woo! Yeah, your brother definitely explained it right there. Sketch move coming into the Greco. That was great to see, great to announce. I was talking to say, hey, Mia Chapman, who we got, she's not even up here, right? What do you think about racing so far today?
It's going good. It's going good.
What's your favorite part about off-road racing?
Watching my family.
It's a family deal. The whole family's out here. Mia Chapman and I were covering that off-road racing could be, and we were talking about how the families and other families help each other out in the pits.
Yep.
Have you guys had to help anybody this weekend?
Ooh, who have we helped? We've helped Proctor. Yeah. We've helped Proctor. We've helped Michael. That's who we're camped with.
There you go, and that's what it's talking about. Mia Chapman and I were talking about it. I just saw Mia walk by, so That means I got to get back up in my office. Just talking to Tim at Weller Racing. Tim, what did I do now? Oh, it looks like I'm getting back on my sweatshirt. The wind's coming. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. No karaoke at CORR. That's very unprofessional. No worries. Great announcing for and the enthusiasm. Thank you, Becky. I do love the interaction you guys and girls put in on the live chat. You guys can ask any questions out there. I see that there's now 56 people watching on YouTube. There are other platforms you can watch it on. You can watch it on Instagram, our Facebook page. You can even watch it on Rumble. But I am particular to the YouTube feed because it just seems to be the easiest. You guys can make comments on it. I can show you. This is what I get. I get the comments. So if you guys want any questions, I can actually turn it sideways too, and the comment's still there. So that's what I got to work with. So if you guys have your comments, throw them up there. I will definitely try to answer any questions you have. No mistakes, Carson. Papa Greco says it. And, well, unfortunately, Carson had to check out. As you heard Ryder Chapman talk about it, he had a little bit of a problem there. And then Becky Greco. Look, man, the Grecos are represented, just like the Gentry clan. I love the fact that everybody there in the family pays attention. So, any questions for me or Mia? I just gotta learn. I gotta learn grammar correctly because I should have said if you have any questions for Mia and I. Yeah, English. Thank you. Leave it to me, a professional announcer. All right. Right back to it. We lost our list. Must have came off here on the wind. The wind started buckling up here, so it must have swapped our race list. Yeah, at least the last two classes. That'd be fine. I like this. I never noticed it right here. Chief of Timing and Score, Marty Jones. Race Director, Casey Kane. Announcers, Mark Wright and Mia Chapman. I love that. A little bit of stuff here. MyLaps.com. Used for Championship Off-Road LLC. Great job. All right, well, let's meet them. It is the Weller SR1 class and the vets out on the course at the same time. I was wondering why Tim was up here, but I should have realized the SR1s were coming out. Let's meet the SR1s. Paul O'Brien on P1 here, on row 1. Great qualifying for him. He qualified with a 110, and right behind him with just a second slower, Larry Hayes. Great qualifying round for Larry Hayes, and he's got the old man right with him, just slightly slower, 3 thousandths of a second slower with Scott Webster in the 43 thousandths of a second. That is just literally the blink of an eye. And my man Charlie Etheridge right behind them, and we got 4 of the SR1 classes, and my assumption is, just by the way we've been starting them all day, we're going to let the SR1s go first. And right behind them, the Terry McBroom will lead us. Terry McBroom back here, and man, #1 qualifier. That ain't too bad for a vet. Wait till you meet Terry McBroom. If you've never been out here to a CORR race, Terry McBroom, probably one of the most lovable racers we got out here. And man, he's in the words of Terry McBroom, he's a hoot. And that's something he would say. Yeah, he's a hoot. And Terry McBroom, definitely a hoot. And I think he is a 30-year-old trapped in a 60-year-old body. Like, I love the guy. I after interviewing all these people here and getting to know them and starting to know certain characterizations about these people, that race out here at CORR. Terry McBroom, definitely one of the ones that stands out. I just love the guy. So, but right there next to him is going to be Ricky Craw, and I think that's another reason why we have a little bit of a break right now. The Ricky Craw, Braden Craw car. Braden, as you heard say, the belt was slipping a little bit, so they might. I don't think we're going to wait for an entire belt change, but they might be making some serious adjustments to the primary clutch on that thing for the belt, for the CVT. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, you never know. I've seen crazier things.
I think they could get a belt done if
You
they
think
needed
so?
to down there. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long, especially if you know what you're doing and you're. I'm
What-
sure they've changed a few belts in their time, so.
You know, I say this very daintily because, you know, I love all the manufacturers. They all have their ups and downs, pluses and minuses, but I just don't think in racing of any sort they have a place for a CVT belt. I mean, in announcing alone, the majority of the catastrophic failures I hear from a belted car are because the belt overheats, and then that's it. And then, like in the long distance races, like the couple that you just done, the half the competitors that race, they were saying, yeah, we only had to change 2 belts. And I'm in my mind, and my head just wants to explode. I'm just like, why would you race a car with more than the potential of a belt failure? I mean, Yamaha YXZ, as we saw, no belt in that one. It's actually got a clutch. It's a little bit different, like a real clutch. It actually has 3 clutches on it. It has the main primary clutch. It has a clutch on the primary shaft, so that way as you engage the clutch, it allows a little more slip there before the car actually gets traction, so it doesn't tear the primary shaft out of the car. And this is just me talking. I mean, in other words, I could be way off point, but I just don't think I would ever want to race a belted car.
Yeah, I can see the point for sure. I think some people, once you have a car already built, like you don't really have a choice and you run it. And there's different things you can do to kind of preserve the belt. And we were consistently doing desert racing a couple years ago. We never blew a belt, and we did some pretty long races. So, yeah, a lot of strategy that goes in it for sure.
Absolutely, and even it's a big deal if in the long distance races that I'm fond of, in the desert races, it's an issue when the GPS units actually now have a special firmware in it that your belt temperature can actually go in. That's telling me there's a problem, or not necessarily a problem. This is a potential of a problem, and that's a big deal. All right, let's while we're waiting here, though, let's talk some more about the sponsors out here. Jones Ford out of Wickenburg, Arizona. Jones Ford, they have Jeep, they have Ram, they have everything. Go there and talk to the Jones Ford people, and ask for this guy right here. The wind and everything is not cooperating with me today. But talk to your man, your salesman, Jaden Gerber over there, and tell him that you heard this advertisement here at CORR. And you got to get out there to Wickenburg. It's on 555 East Wickenburg Way, right there on the highway. If you want to know their phone number, 844-524-1981. Ask for Jaden Gerber, and they will give you that employee pricing on all new and used vehicles here. Salesman Jaden Gerber, that you need to hook up. You heard Mark and Mia Chapman talk about it at the CORR race. Weller Racing out here. Weller Racing, since we're doing, they specialize in developing UTV parts and custom SR1 that you're just seeing take the green flag. And they really got on it. Paul O'Brien leads them into turn 1. The SR1 class, and here we go. It's the vets. So the Ricky Craw, he was able to get that car in the race. Great for him, and I'm glad, Ricky Craw. And look at that, Terry McBroom in second place. And that beautiful pink car of A.J. Burke now in 1, 2, 3. Well, Paul O'Brien got the old man right behind him. And look at this, Charlie Etheridge. Your top 3 of the SR1. Ricky Craw, Terry McBroom, and the 169 car of Michael Anderson. Your top 3. Jeff Angel says, Jason Weller and I are watching it from Greco Road in Glamis. So wait a second. The Wellers are out playing instead of racing? Well, now I really want the Weller life. I'd like to be out at Greco Road right now, mobbing the dunes.
Glamis definitely sounds nice, and they've been racing back to back, so I'm sure a little break and getting to go, but play around in the sand dudes is much needed.
Well, they're kind of crazy. I know they're listening, so Jeff Angel, I know you're listening out there. You send Tim? That's who you send, is Tim? All right, we're going to have to interview Tim. Well, thanks for watching, Jeff Angel out there. Jason Weller, we love you and miss you guys out here. And I hope you've been listening for all the plugs we've been given. It is the SR1 class right now, and you're watching it live out in Glamis. They have Starlink now, so they can watch it anywhere. So, Wellers, if you're watching it, Paul O'Brien out front, the old man, within a few car lengths. And Charlie Etheridge did a great job, but he's holding up the thwarts of Larry Hayes. Larry Hayes, your second fast qualifier, finds himself behind Charlie Etheridge. But A.J. Burke now back to the vets, going a little backwards there. Steve Hansen going over the step up. And Paul O'Brien, if you've never watched the SR1 class, one of, if not the single smoothest SR1 racer. And I say that just because I've watched him time and time again, and I can't remember the last time I said Paul O'Brien with a huge mistake. And I'm not saying, obviously, in my opinion, the greatest SR1 racer is, of course, Corey Weller. She's won so many races in SR1, and I've always called her one of the winningest. If she's not the winningest, she's definitely got the most podiums of any off-road racer in short course history. I would think. But now this is all speculation because obviously we've never compiled the data and we don't have it 100%. But I know I've never interviewed a person more than Corey Weller. So, Corey Weller, if you're watching, we miss you guys here. Have a good time in Glamis, and in typical Mark Wright fashion, have a beer for me. All right, Paul O'Brien, though, out front, started to extend his lead. Back out to the vets. Is it still Ricky Craw out front? Ricky Craw out front. Terry McBroom having to chase him down. And the 169 car rounding off Michael Anderson. Oh! Couple big slams there from both cars coming over the finish line jump of A.J. Burke. And the 169 car of Michael Anderson. 498 slowing way down in the Yamaha YXZ, and looks like he's going to have to put it up in the cushion of turn one. It is still moving, but I'll bet you that's going to bring out the white flag here. Yellow flag rather. Excuse my. You would act like this is my first race ever. Hey, racers can have off days, so can an announcer. Jeez. Tomorrow's going to be perfect, though. I promise. So Larry Hayes now got around Charlie Etheridge. Last time Charlie was here, we couldn't get that car to have a spark. Jason Weller and I were down there talking about it, and wow, AJ. Something is definitely slamming on that car. So we'll see when AJ comes back across. Terry McBroom now making up a little ground on your leader, Ricky Craw. And Steve Hansen there coming into turn 3. A lone Arctic Cat driver. Paul O'Brien. Scott Webster. Oh, no. No Scott Webster then. So Larry Hayes going to have to make up some room here. Paul O'Brien enjoying the clean air, chasing down Dan Hearn right now in the vet class. Oh, yeah, I don't know what's making that noise, but he's got something on that car, unless he's just flat out bottoming out. All right, now I was going to make a statement about Ricky Krog going backwards now. Terry McBroom's got around him here in turn 2. So a little bit of a change in the leader in P1 there. Terry McBroom now has his eyes set on Larry Hayes. And Larry Hayes must have made a big mistake as well, because Charlie Etheridge right back around him. And there it is, our competition yellow. Mia Chapman, what a race so far. Lots of lead changes with the exception of Paul O'Brien. Paul O'Brien been out front in the SR1 class from the start.
Absolutely, yeah. It's always a little chaotic. We have multiple classes on the track, so a little challenging trying to keep up with the two, but good racing in both of them so far. So we'll get back going here after the mandatory and hopefully not get too chaotic.
Man, I was sitting here watching the race attentively, like really watching it so I could make the right call, and I look back out there and Charlie Etheridge already around Larry Hayes. The AJ Burke car, they're still having issues. I'm wondering if he's having a some sort of hub problem there. Ricky Craw, unfortunately, I think he's slowed down a little bit, and I do believe if they did get the belt back in that car, they didn't get it 100%, and I would speculate again that if they are having belt problems, whatever was causing the belt problem is still evident. So all right, a little bit of change over here in the stack. But wow, Mia Chapman. So having two classes out there, and now, unlike the other classes, they're kind of the same car. Cash, come on up here. Let's get an interview with you. Here, or Mia, you can hold out them. Or it don't matter. It don't matter. We got it all going. What a race, man. You ended up making a couple mistakes there. You made the first one in turn 2, coming down the back straightaway, a little bit of the bike there, but big bike right here in turn 5. Yeah. And I really thought that was going to be curtains for that race.
Yeah, honestly, when I came into turn 5, Kyle Niner, he spun out in turn 3, and I looked back and I couldn't see the whole field, and I was wondering where everybody was at, and I come into turn 5 really hot, and I slammed on my brakes, and then I whiskey throttled in and just took a bit, and because there's a giant rut in turn 5 right there, I went in the inside, and it just hooked me, and I almost flipped it, and then I went in the wall, and I had to reverse it, and then I saw the whole field past me, and then I was like, I was really hoping for a caution right there, just try and get it back, and then I looked over, and I saw the guy holding up the caution. I'm like, thank the Lord.
Yeah, well, it literally like it answered your prayers right there. Now, that sets up the stage for this scenario. You're back of the pack at this point, and you've only got 2 laps to get around everybody else in the field to get back up front. And, man, you did it even before. You were up in 3rd place before turn 2. So that was crazy. You were driving like a man possessed.
Yeah, my spotter, he was like, I'm going to tell you when to go really fast. And then I went to the inside a little bit just so I can get a better jump at it. And I had a little bit of gap, so I had some room so I didn't have to bump into Declan. And he told me at the perfect time when he went before, the green flag was going up, and he told me go, and I just floored it. And, I got by him, and then I had the inside going into turn 1, and I just stuck it in there. And everyone was piling up. And then I got the 149 car. He stayed at the inside. And I was kind of in the middle of Stephanie and him, and thankfully he didn't hit me because I did kind of cut him off on the inside, and then coming off the ski jump, I tried to stick it inside in turn 3, but I didn't want to hit Stephanie. I want to keep a clean race, so I backed off, and then I knew I was going to have another opportunity to pass her, and then Tatum pushed high in turn 4, so then I was 2nd place, and then It felt like everything was going my way because then Stephanie in turn 5 pushed high almost into the tires, and then I just got back into first place.
Man, you definitely took advantage of anything like that. That was a great job. You know, when I asked somebody, tell me about your race, that's what I want to hear. That's what I said on the line. You gave me the exact length. You gave me everything. You recapped the race, and it made it live again in my vision. You know what I mean? So that's the way when I ask people, if you want to go back and review a tape, just listen to Cash Hart when I ask him, tell us about your race. That's what I want to hear. So great job. Also, one last question before, because me and I got to get back to announcing this. The car you're driving, that is the Mason Cotter car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, that's a fast car. Now, let me ask you this. You've always been fast, so that's not the question. The question is that car as fast as we all think it is?
It is definitely fast. It's definitely a game changer. You know, on the straightaways when you need the power, when you're in the final moments of the race and you just need that little bit of power to stick it inside, you know, it really helps, especially last race, you know, coming from coming from the back and just sticking it inside to get back into first, you know, as long as it helps you just like stick it inside and make sure the other person it forces them to give the position to you.
Well, that's incredible to hear because it's just like a motocross rider. If you get a factory bike, you get Jeremy McGrath's bike, that doesn't necessarily mean you can ride it like Jeremy McGrath. But the fact is, you got Mason Cotter's car, and you can definitely drive it like Mason Cotter.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, very good. Cash Hart, everybody. Hey, do me one more thing. Look at that. That is and I tell you know what? I shook hands with his dad. I said, I really enjoy a firm handshake. He said, Cash Hart's got one too. He said, that's why I shook his hand. He got a firm handshake. And he says, and am I right? He says that's something I teach him.
He's always taught me.
All right. Well, I'm giving you props on that. Good job. Cash Hart, everybody. Great job out there. That is, man, listen, if you're out there, your kids out there, and you rewatch what's going on out there on the live track feed, that is when I ask you about a race. That's the recap I want. All right. At least 2 more laps to go. Paul O'Brien out front. Charlie Etheridge now in second place. I know he's going to be pretty happy with that, but he has his hands full with Ricky Craw. And Larry Hayes now got Terry McBroom right on his 6, and that's going to put Terry McBroom right behind Ricky Craw. So Ricky Craw with a great job. And then the 169 car of Michael Anderson unofficially in 3rd place. All right, white flag flies. Paul O'Brien will take the white flag. He's just got to cruise it on in. But we got this field right here. Ricky Craw leading him into turn 1. Larry Hayes now. And Charlie Etheridge with a little bit of a mistake coming out, exiting turn 1. Letting Terry McBroom there stay in ahead of those SR1s. Now this is great to see Terry McBroom. I don't care what anybody says. The SR1 cars are way faster than these cars. Supposedly. But look at this. Makes you rethink things. Terry McBroom out in front of an SR1. And you know that's what he's going to say. I can hear his accent already. He goes, man, I was beating them SR1s. I guarantee he's going to say something like that. Guaranteed. A lot of manifestation that I've been pushing this weekend. All right. Here we go, last lap. Paul O'Brien. I can hear him coming out there. Wow, just skies it off the finish line jump. That car set perfect off the finish line jump. Larry Hayes. No. Ricky Craw, Larry Hayes, Terry McBroom, and Charlie Etheridge round off the top 3 SR1s. Ricky Craw, your unofficial winner of the vets, with Terry McBroom right behind him. And the number 169 car, Michael Anderson. We'll talk with these guys right after this. Sit tight. We'll come around. Listen out there, everybody, if you're out there in the grandstands, I want to say thank you to everybody that come out here today. Great turnout. I love looking down these grandstands and seeing them full like this. It's a great weekend of racing. And me and everybody here from CORR want to say thank you for your attendance, and hopefully you guys will keep coming out here and support. Things are going to be changing. We got the 11 cars coming out. If you guys don't know what 11 cars are, they are bone stock Baja Bugs, and I know somebody who's going to benefit from that. I'm going to be talking with Fish down there at Doug's Bugs. I guarantee he'll be good for about 6 of them, guaranteed. So we'll have them out here. We're going to have, I bet we have us an 11-car championship out here at Firebird, a little part of CORR. And a major announcement today in the drivers' meeting, trucks are coming to CORR. That's right. You heard me right. The trucks are coming to CORR. We're going to talk with the leaders. Stick around. All right, girls, who do we got up here first? We got the SR1s. Let's do it. Ah! I do scream like a girl. I love doing that when I'm walking with my big guy friends like that. Oh, la, la, ah! And they go, oh, my gosh, you scream like a girl. I do. Come on up here. I need to see Charlie Etheridge, Larry Hayes, and our winner, Paul O'Brien. All right, get on up here, get on up here. Jeez, OP, who let this guy? Didn't they get his 86 orders out here? Get on, Charlie, good job. All right, get on up there, buddy. I love this gentleman right here. I got a lot of love for this young man. Same to you, sir. I appreciate you. All right, but hey, you had your hands full out there. It wasn't handing. You were swapping back and forth. You were up there in second for a little bit.
We was racing, buddy. Larry just got it. I got behind one of the Polarises and kind of held me up a little bit. Maybe I could have pulled a second place off, but that's okay. I'll take what I got.
I think your attitude is so perfect. I love the fact that you are just enjoying coming out here racing with us.
That's what I'm here for.
I love it, man. You guys, we need to take note of this, where everything's going to be okay, I promise. All right, well, let's talk about the people making things happen for Charlie Etheridge.
The Whalers, I'd like to thank them for this money. I'll get me a tank of gas now. Yeah. Thank you, Corey and Jason. Tim spotting for me, Nate always helping me out, my wife. Man, I could go on and on.
That's all right. It's your podium. You can do whatever you want.
We good. I think. Thank you.
Charlie Etheridge, I love you, man. I got a lot of love for this. Charlie Etheridge, everybody, third place. Larry Hayes, man, you got a louder car out there than anybody. I can easily spot you for whatever reason. Your car is pretty loud.
Exhaust goes out the side.
Oh, okay, there you go. It's not pointing out. It's pointing up. It's pointing out. All right, now we got it. But great weekend of racing for you. Charlie was giving you a little bit of trouble out there.
Yeah, he was putting up a good fight, and then I spun myself out. So had to do it again.
I spun myself on. Big old sigh there if you guys missed it. All right, well, still great race to watch. I always love the SR1s. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Yeah, my wife Susie for always spotting and supporting me. The Wellers for putting this stuff on and giving us a check, and CORR and the track crew. Everything track is great. So thank you guys.
All right, there it is. Well, Cedra's saying about the Wellers, I hope they're in Glamis right now because they're watching it live. So I hope they're in Glamis every time. I want to say thanks to the Wellers going, woo, because that's what we're supposed to do. I want to say thanks to Jason Weller, woo. Anyhow, yeah, see, Charlie already got it. He's new to it. But, all right, but Paul O'Brien, man, I called it. You're going to be able to watch it. I said, man, this young man just smooth as ever. And I had to go back and say, well, of course there's fast. Corey, I know you're probably the winningest SR1 driver out there. But Paul O'Brien, smooth as glass, man. It looked great out there.
I appreciate that. I do appreciate you calling me young man because that really doesn't apply. But okay, thanks, Mark.
Well, I mean, I'm 55, so hopefully I'm at least a year older than you. But all right, thank God. Well, there you go. So I got it. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Yeah, my wife. We jumped back in this year. We're having a blast. I mean, it's fun. Calvin did an amazing job. I really appreciate CORR giving Calvin the time to do a little prep before ours because it really makes the track so much better for us. I mean, we're two-wheel drive. When it gets slick, it's hard to drive those cars. So thanks to them, thanks to CORR, Wellers, of course, giving us this money and, keeping us in the parts. We all break, so we keep the parts. These guys for racing, I mean, it's good to see Charlie up here. I know he tries. He had a couple bad races, so that's good to see him back. And, Larry, he's turned it up too, so everyone's coming for me.
Hold on, his car had spark. He kept it on all four. It was a good weekend for him.
You can't ask for anything else. Rubber side down, he's good.
All right, well, there you go. Paul Brady, anybody else you want to say thank you to?
No, just everyone that comes out. You, Mark, the announcer, and, it's nice. I saw a lot of people that I haven't seen in years. Old Lucas people came out, some friends that came out that I haven't seen in a while. So it's nice to see. Hopefully they're gaining momentum because without this, we truly have nowhere to race, especially the cars we have. They're paperweights. That's right. Other than a track.
Well, man, I want to see it keep going. Your winners of SR1, Charlie Etheridge, Larry Hayes, and your leader, your top of the box, Paul O'Brien. And thank you, Wellers. I know you're out there listening. Woo! Well, my voice is starting to go. I only got one more race to go. Good job, good job. Where are we at out here? I grabbed the whole wrong thing. Look at this. I looked down on my list. That ain't even the right list. All right, Terry McBroom, come on up here. Ricky Crawl, get on up here. And and Anderson, right? Did I say that right? Anderson, all right. Come on up here. We'll start with you then. Well, there were cars going. You had to look for three. Well, there were cars going everywhere, and the SR1s. It's always neat to see him out there with you guys. But man, Terry McBroom. I'm just gonna say, Terry McBroom. He's quite a character. I love that young man. But you guys still put it down too. Those SR1s weren't leaving you guys behind.
No, it was great. The track was great. And my car just ain't that good, and I can't keep up with these boys. But in fact, I think it's ready to blow up with leaking a lot of oil. But it was great, and I like the restart because then it lets me think we're back in a race again.
Absolutely.
That's better than eating some dirt.
Absolutely. That's why we have it.
Yeah, so it was awesome. Hopefully I got some good footage, but I don't know. It's usually covered in mud.
I heard Jeff Perry's out there. I think there's a lot of good media out there, so you might have got a good one.
I hope so.
All right, well, it definitely looked good on the live track feed, so I'll bet you go back and watch that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, perfect. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Well, Beeline Excavating, Braden Baker helps me out a lot, and then my lovely crew chief over there that didn't bring me any beer.
Oh, fired!
Right. No, she does a pretty good job.
Job opening.
Right. So you could run back to the trailer if you want, baby.
Save your job there. That's funny. I say that when I get done racing. Hey, I said, above all, just make sure there's a cold beer for me when I'm done.
That's right.
All right, there it is. Third place, everybody. Mr. Anderson doing a great job. But Terry McBroom, I missed you the last race, man. I got so much love for you. Tell us about your race, man. You passed a couple SR1s there for a bit.
Yeah, I was trying to chase my buddy down here, and I didn't want to hit him because we were getting real close, and I didn't want to do him dirty. So We had a good time out there. It was a blast.
I don't think dirty, other than getting dirty, is in your vocabulary, man. I think you are the most awesome person. I was telling Mia Chapman that I get to know some of you racers, man, and you definitely are one that stands out above the rest.
Well, I'm trying. I'm trying to give it all I got, man. God bless everybody. Thank you for my sponsors, DBA Construction, Apex Trucking and Cattle Company, Metro Traffic Control, and Oza Contracting. My mechanic only works on it part-time now. I had to get the whip on him over there, and I had a real good time. I want to thank CORR for all their hard work and time, and I appreciate it, y'all.
Terry McBroom, everybody. Love this young man. Always positive, always incredible. Ricky Craw, you're standing on top. Hey, the car was barely even running. Braden came in and said, hey, I don't know if my dad's going to make it. The belt. Did you guys put a new belt on that car?
Yeah, we changed the belt. I think I changed the belt right here while he was up on stage. Redid some stuff over there. We lost four-wheel drive probably at the restart, so we were in two-wheel drive after the restart there. But it was fun battling. Yeah, when I biked it earlier in qualifying and hit the wall, so that was my day. So this is a good ending to the day.
Well, you know, it's still incredible to watch. I know you guys are the vets out here, but, man, it's still a great race, and that's why y'all come out here to watch a great race.
It's just fun with these guys. I mean, it's just like a family. Like, they were helping me out. I mean, Braden finished. They helped me fuel up. They helped me change. CORR helped, let me get out there so we could do it. But, I mean, it takes it takes a family to help this. So
I've been hearing that word all weekend, the family. All right, let's hear about the people you want to say thank you to.
My son, Braden, Kaysen at home, my wife at home, my mom, my dad, friends, family. Ron's out here supporting us with his wife and family. Queen Racing for the car and the power that allows us to go do that. Polaris Razor that helps us with parts, and everybody else that helps us. We're going to need some more after this weekend.
There's some parts out there. All right, congratulations, Terry Broom. I'm so glad to see you here. Ricky Craw and Mr. Anderson, great job out there. I'm getting out of your way. Anderson. Man. So you are correct. They did put a belt on that car, Mia Chapman. Well, Mia Chapman, just one more race to go, and round 3 of the Saturday race is in the history books. While we are waiting for some things, let's talk about more sponsors that help us out here. I haven't got to the third page in a while. JG Racing, Jaden Gerber, he's out here. And I totally just put 2 and 2 together. No. I wish it was a blonde moment so I can blame it on it. No. I just now literally put 2 and 2 together. You ready for this? That was a big sigh. Been talking about Jones, Ford, Wickenburg, Jeep, Ram, all since they've been on board. Said the name, tell salesperson Jaden Gerber that you heard this advertisement at CORR. They'll get employee pricing on new or used vehicles at Wickenburg, Jeep, Ford, Ram. I move forward today to do some of the other sponsors. Hoosier Tires out there, designed for champions. Today, the Hoosier Racing Tire is the largest race tire manufacturer in the world. Hoosier has grown to produce over 1,000 different types of race tires. The company has its own 300-mile-per-hour test wheel and technology center, state-of-the-art, fully integrated production facilities, and a high-tech mixing plant. It has been integrated into the Continental Specialty Tire business and unit, and continues to strive for growth both domestically and internationally. Moving forward with Hoosier Tires, we know that JG Racing is Arizona's go-to Hoosier Tire dealer. So you need Hoosier Tires, you go see JG. Guys want to know what JG stands for? Jaden Gerber, and I can't believe I just, all right, I'm going to admit it. I wasn't going to admit it till off the mic, but I'm going to do it. Why did it take me so long of announcing this many times? I know Jaden. I just said hi to him. You know, he was just past me. Maybe it was the whole combination of everything that just happened. We've been announcing Ford. I wanted to announce Hoosier. I just saw Jaden, said, hey, I haven't seen you, you know. But, dude, Jaden Gerber is such a huge powerhouse out here for CORR then. So now I need to start saying things like, Jaden Gerber, thank you for all your support that you do out here for the Hoosier Tires, for the TRX. That Ram is awesome. Not just the TRX. They've always had different vehicles out here for us for our Pace vehicle. And I just guess I need to just give Jaden Gerber a lot more attention. Well, I don't know. I've been announcing the Wickenburg advertisement a lot today. So, but there I go. Just put it all together. So, all right. It's been quite a day today for Mark Wright. I don't know if you guys are out there. If you can see Mia Chapman looking at me, she's looking at me like she doesn't even recognize me. Yeah, who's this guy? Well, there you go. Jaden, we're glad to have you out here. All right, let's keep moving along. FS Productions Metal Fabrication, custom steel fabrication based out of Glendale, Arizona. Looking for custom steel fabrication? Then FS Production is the place to go. We have the skills and the know-how to handle any size project with the utmost integrity and professionalism. With 10-plus years of experience, top-tier clients, on-site management, and one-stop shop. Metal fabrication, you got to be a top dog to make it happen. But here we go. Mia Chapman, I hear him revving up our final race of the day. And looks like it is the Youth NA Open. Oh, no, it is not. It is the Turbo. I can look out there. I know that class is a Turbo class. And this is the Turbo Pro. As you see, all of them out front. Connor Maxwell, Van Beekum right behind him. That's Bobby Van Beekem in the red, white, and blue car. And Kyle Arkanon, number 3. Ryder Van Beekem, the number 64, black and white. And Micah Block will end up. Look at that. Look at that. Bam! Didn't need nothing. So, Mia Chapman, I know you know these 3.
In the amateur turbo class, there's a 32 of Ryder Chapman. Right behind him, Ryan Denny. And rounding out that field is...
That's why I said we almost had him. I can worry about the top 4. I don't know who the orange car is. We can look at it right now. It's not Kelly. Oh, it is Birmingham. Yep. There you go. Wow! Bobby Van Beekem with some serious hang time on the finish line jump. Chasing down Connor Maxwell, who seems to be in control. Ryder Chapman, the same thing. And Ryder Chapman with a little bit of a heads up, did hit the fender. You can see the fender now on the passenger side of the car. Hope there's no damage to that car. Other than body work, we can live with that. But the finish line jump, throwing these cars full send. Connor Maxwell, though, has his hands full with Bobby Van Beekem. The cars look great. Kyle Arkanon, and then Ryder Van Beekem right after that. Here we go, coming down the front straightaway. Lots of turbo pops. You can hear the blow-off valves letting that pressure built up inside the intake. Pop over the finish line. Bobby Van Beekem to the inside of Connor Maxwell. Connor Maxwell wide. Can Bobby make the pass happen? Connor Maxwell at the speed to the outside. And you really don't see how much speed they carry when you stay outside of turn 1. It's very hard to make that pass happen. Racing action right now. Bobby Van Beekem to the outside. Outside going in. Did you see that? Mia Chapman, what a move. Oh, that is not what I want to see, but Bobby Van Beekem, an aggressive move to the inside of Connor Maxwell, and that causes the damage to Connor Maxwell's outside tire, and he's going to have to retire. All right, for back up front, Bobby Van Beekem. Out front after putting the pass on Connor Maxwell. We got Kyle Arkanon in second place with Ryder Van Beekem rounding it off. And now Micah Block out there in that final position in the Pro Turbo. But now Ryder Chapman going backwards into turn 1. Got it. Oh. Tough break, but Ryan Denny now. But Ryan Denny still has to race. Ryan Denny has the Birmingham car right behind her. That's Brandon Birmingham out there in the 388 car. Uh-oh. A little bit of drama shaping up in this round. Ryan Denny now out front, but has her hands full with Brandon Birmingham. Brandon Birmingham on the outside. Ryan Denny checking up. I don't know how she's going to make that stick. He got around her. But now here we are back to the Van Beekems. Bobby Van Beekem out in front. Ryder Van Beekem. I love watching the Van Beekems because it's synchronized short coursing. They set the car the same. They choose the same line. You can watch it. It looks like you're just watching something out of the Twilight Zone, mirror image of each vehicle. The black car is from an alternate universe. It's Ryder Van Beekem, Bobby Van Beekem out front. Here we go. Synchronized short course. Cars look the same. Bobby's got the red, white, and blue. Ryder's got the all black livery, the same livery. And check this out. They both throw these cars into the corner. Same tires, same setup. Bet you it's pretty much the same everything. Father and son right there, Ryder to the inside, and there is that. Oh! Oh! Now, hold on. Now, okay, I can't say much about the other incident, but I can say about that one. And what I can say is it looked like Ryder wanted to make the pass. Bobby simply, oh, yeah. Bobby simply held his line, and Ryder had to get in on the barricade and ended up taking the rear wheel and flipping him over. And that's going to end Ryder's day for this race. And I just think it was too much of a bottleneck there for two cars. Ryder was really aggressive to the outside there, and I don't think he realized he had nowhere to go and ended up tapping Dad's rear wheel. So now we're down to 3. Kyle Arcanaugh's out there. So Kyle Arcanaugh, Micah Block, and Bobby Van Beekem. And then Ryan Denny out here and Brandon Birmingham, the last two left of the amateurs, unless, don't spray it. You guys should start the car. Just start it. It ain't gonna explode. It ain't gonna explode. Oh, okay. That's all right. I'm gonna, no. No. So Ryder Chapman driving by, definitely with a blown rear shock, if not both blown shocks in the rear. Landed pretty hard here off the finish line jump. We actually heard it pop, unfortunately. So a little bit of drama here in the beginning of our last race here for Saturday. In fact, it looks like Ryder Chapman is going to go ahead and retire. I mean, it's best he's going to finish anyhow, so he was the last one, so he still gets third place. Oh, he does? All right. Well, could be wrong as well. But here they are. You can see them right now trying to get Ryder Van Beekem back over. And I again, everything that I call is just from my perspective, and I had to watch this from the drone footage. So, again, everything that we talk about up here, we are not official. We're just what we see. We call it. We're the race callers. And to me, it just looked like Ryder Van Beekem was getting really aggressive to the inside. He stayed to the inside coming out of the turn there, but he had nowhere to go, so he had to get out of the way of the barricade, and unfortunately Bobby Van Beekem was right there, and it looked like his wheel hit him. It popped him up. He went into the K-rail, and that's what flipped him over. So I'm not looking for fault in any one of the two drivers. I'm just saying it looked like it was a very aggressive move, and Bobby held his line, and it ended up putting Ryder over on his side. So that's just what I saw. If I'm wrong, I definitely apologize, but I think that's exactly what I saw. All right. Well, there we go. Let's get back to racing. We're going to get, looks like Ryder's okay. Nobody's going too crazy, so he's going to be all right. That was a fairly easy rollover. Lots of damage done to the car, too, and they're in a very precarious position right there on the track. So we're going to have to get him clearly off the track. And we will resume racing. You can see a lot of damage done to the 64 car, both front and rear. And that's gonna end. You can really see that bottleneck right there too from that footage right there. That the K rail there on the normal corner, it definitely squeezes you in. So I'm wondering if we should remove 1 or 2 more K rails. I don't know. No, or even back this way. Maybe this one to move. Like I said, I'm just the announcer. Well, Mia Chapman already in this final race, lots of drama.
Yeah, I feel like this one's always pretty chaotic and a lot of drama. And most of the time you just got to finish out the race to end up on the podium. But yeah, very unfortunate to see, but I'm sure they'll get that all fixed up and back out there tomorrow. But, you know, that's how they've always been. They've raced each other rough and maybe a little too rough today, but yeah, little mistake. They'll get it fixed up and back on the track tomorrow, and we'll see how these last few laps kind of shake up.
Well, definitely an aggressive pass made there at the bottleneck. Ryder Van Beekem, I think that's the way he knows how to drive. He's always been aggressive. Let's call it aggressively smooth. How about that? Like, he's not necessarily sketchy. He's somebody you could pull up next to, but he is going to try to race you 1 inch from your tire. And that's fine because some of the greatest racers and races in the world are literally inches apart. Formula cars that have to do some of the circuits that they have to do. You know, the Formula cars, they actually race on the streets of Monaco. You know, those are actual streets. Those aren't race cars. That's why I called it, or racetracks. That's why I called it a circuit. It's a race circuit that they set up. And by all means, this is a race circuit as well. So he's aggressively smooth. And that was an aggressive move to the inside there. And unfortunately, he was forced out to the outside and hit the K-rail.
Yeah, that's a tough part of the track as well, especially when it starts to get slick and that car wants to step out a little bit. There's not much room for error. So, yeah, heartbreaker for sure. But I know they're fast guys and really competitive with each other. So.
And those are, you know, and just visually, just looking out on the course, if you look at the Van Beekem's turbo cars, they're visually just a big car. They're a wide car. It looks like a bigger car. I'm sure they've taken advantage of the rules. They got the wheelbase the way they want it. They got the cage the way they want it, and the car works. But visually, it's just a little bit bigger car than most of the other cars out there. It's a big car.
Definitely, yeah. They're usually pretty stable. It takes a lot to kind of get them upset, like we saw here. You really have to, you know, get into something or hit something to make them roll over. But, yeah, at the end of the day, that's racing.
Do you know who makes those chassis? No? I mean, I'm just curious. I don't even know. They're very unique. They're some of the only ones I've ever seen like that. Tough break 2, Connor Maxwell. He is out of the race after leading. And, yeah, so we'll keep things going. All right, well, while we're waiting for, let's talk more from our sponsors. Let's talk more about PCI Race Radios. How about PCI Race Radios, our official communications out here at CORR. They have over 50 years experience. PCI Radios literally pioneered the intercoms. Helmets and radios with GPS units that are still used today. Years of development, own personal racing experience have helped you design the best quality products available. Each and every product tested by our R&D department to assure that it can be used in a different varying terrains of weather as well. After all, we are racers. We love to race our products, and they are made right here in the USA. Well, here we go, back to racing. Bobby Van Beekem leads the field with Michael Block taking a blast from that car of the R&R Steel team. Kyle Arcana also right there in third place, backing that car in, getting really getting that car backed into turn 2. And he's trying to get that done. Ryan Denny now has her hands full with Brandon Bernstein, and unfortunately, Ryder Chapman, all he can do, limp that car around for some much-needed points towards the championship. A great race for him. Looked like he was going to win it again. Wasn't in position to do that, but, man, it sounded like his car just had other intentions. All right, Well, here we go. And I think they're going to use that caution as the mandatory caution. Casey Kane's already given me the nod, so they are bunched up. And your brother now going to have to listen to his spotter. And there you go. You can see him actually as the rest of the field comes through. He's going to have to get that side-by-side out of the way and hopefully not intertwine in the leaders. Bobby Van Beekem is coming around right now. He's on a hot path. Kyle Arkenau with an interesting line over the ski jump. And now, Michael Block in second place, getting a race with Bobby Van Beekem. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh, you can see that bottleneck once again. That's a scary place to make a pass. So Michael Block looks like he wants to go racing. With Bobby Van Beekem, they come out of the tarmac. Two very distinctive styles going in the tarmac there. Micah Block wanted to drift it in the tarmac. And Bobby Van Beekem choosing his line and keeping all fours aligned. Same thing there going into turn one. Two very different styles you can see again. Turn two is very deceiving. You can't see what's going on the other side of the ski jump. So you don't know who the victor was until it's literally coming out of it. Great aerial shot once again. And there's Brian coming in the back half. Bobby to the outside. Micah to the inside. Both carrying speed into turn five. Micah with a much different line there in turn five. Bobby with the safe line, if you will. And here we go. Onto the tarmac. And there's that style again. You can see Bobby's style a little more tractable. And Micah Block let it hang out there, going to the inside. And Ryder Chapman doing a great job of staying out of the way of the competitors. This is the last lap. White flag flies. And Kyle Arkenau, I would go to say something. He must have lost. Oh yeah, he's struggling. He's on the gas. He's on the gas, but the car is not moving forward. Well, we'll talk with him here in a second. Just a couple corners to go for your 1 and 2. Bobby Van Beekem out front. Michael Block. One more corner, just one more straightaway. They're drag racing coming down the front straightaway. The final race of the day. Your unofficial winner, Bobby Van Beekem. Micah Block. And Kyle Arkenau will be your third place finisher in the Pro Turbo. But Ryan Denny, your winner of the Amateur Turbo, with Brandon Bernstein right there. Birmingham, rather. I said Bernstein. What's wrong with me? I'm making mistake after mistake after mistake. Brandon Birmingham. He's one after another today. All right. We'll talk with the winners, and we will close out today. Well, all right, all right. Our final race. Drivers coming up here. Let's talk with the pros first. Kyle Arcana, Micah Block, and let me make sure I got this right. Bobby Van Beekum. I'm glad somebody laughed at that one and understood what I was saying there. Wow. Yeah, come on, man. Yeah. All right. All right, Micah, come on up here. Let's talk with you. We'll start off here while Mike is getting up here. Well, Kyle Arcana, a little bit of drama unfolding out there right in front of you. We'll go ahead and get Mike up here. You were able to get in the mix there for a little bit, get in, get out. It looks like at the end there the car was going backwards. Tell us about the race.
Yeah, it was super fun. I was running up there in the front, and I kind of got down too far low in the bottom of one, and I got into the wet, and the car slowed out. So I was like, well, we can come back now. And then after that, after the competition caution, it's like, man, I feel like I'm losing traction, and then I broke a right rear axle, and that was the end of that. So we were able to salvage a third place, but it was still a pretty fun race. Just glad to be out here.
Man, it's what I saw there coming down the back straightaway. I heard you getting on it. That car just wasn't creating any forward momentum.
No, not at all. It's tough to drive. This is the second axle I guess I broke this year, so it's definitely tough.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Robert Van Beekum and the R&R Steel race team, everybody who helps me, everybody out here in Arizona that helps bring the car out and helps get everything ready for us. So, I mean, we busted our butts in the shop this week trying to get everything ready. I'd like to thank God. He kept me safe out there. We had a couple sketchy moments, but I was definitely safe. And then I'd like to thank my girlfriend Peyton for putting up with me racing back-to-back weekends, and Kylo as well, and Danger Zone Off-Road, Arkansas Landscaping, G-Force Racing, Tronitech, and my friends and family that helped me.
Man, no doubt, back-to-back, there it is. He just got back from Desert. It's Kyle Arcana, everybody. Doing a great job. But a new name to this podium, Michael Block. All right, well, man, I just got to hear it. Tell us about your race. And what? Oh, I saw him going. I'm like, do I catch him? He's got it. All right, good job on that catch there. All right, tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was fun. We started fourth or third, lost it. It ended got to fourth, and then from there people made mistakes. We made up positions, and then we eventually made it to second and just ran our race till the end.
And that's exactly the way I was caught. It looks like once you got there, it was your race at that point. You were definitely putting the pressure on Bobby Van Beekum. And have you raced with Bobby before?
No, never. This was my first real short course race other than Nitro. But, yeah, it's fun.
That's what I heard. I had to go off what I hear, so I wanted to hear it from you. So what do you think about short course racing now? Is it a little bit different from what you're used to in Nitro?
Yeah, it's so different. It's a lot of fun, bigger jumps from what we ran in the side-by-side, and these cars are definitely more powerful than what we ran. It was a lot of fun.
So my question is, are you hooked to off-road racing now?
Yes, definitely. I'm hoping to do a lot more of this.
All right, very good. Well, now let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
Right now, it's really me and Terry and help from Can-Am, and yeah.
All right, very good. That's it?
Yeah.
Michael Block, everybody, second place. But this man right here, hey, Bobby, you got out front. You had a lot of competition beating you up, but, man, you made it happen.
Yeah, first I want to thank the Lord more than that my son's okay. I was really freaked out that I heard he crashed, and to see his car upside down, really, I almost wanted to stop the race myself. I'm just glad everybody made it through there. It's a tough race. I didn't even realize it. Front and stayed there, and my car after 3 different contacts, it wouldn't turn right through that right-hander, so I had to just check her up. Wall, so I just checked it up, then went from there and finished it off the race. But again, thanks all you guys for coming out, and thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping us safe, and thank you guys for all being here.
Well, there it is. Another more to add to that. Bobby Van Beekum, your winner. And let's get the amateurs up here. Great job of the pros in the turbo class. Ryan Denny, Brandon Birmingham, and Ryder Chapman. Come on up. Ryder Chapman, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, man, that's exactly what I thought we heard right there. Well, you heard me get a chuckle right there. I don't want to chuckle. Did that happen right on the finish line, Joe?
I honestly have no idea. I just came off a jump and then just felt it go all the way down. And I was like, all right, something's broken. So, yeah, there's the shaft. Snapped right in half. Springs came off. So, tough luck. Can't do anything about that. Just limped it around for points. Before it happened, car was feeling great, though. Was on it. My lines were good. And it was feeling great. And then that happened. So, it was just limp it back, just finish. These two were on it, though. It was fun watching them and watching the rest of the field go at it. It was a little weird watching from a backseat perspective, but just glad I got to finish. But I want to say thank you to my mom, my dad, Extreme Machine Fabrication, R&R Steel, Muzzy, E2R Shocks, Rugged Radios, CORR, and God Keep Me Safe.
Ryder Chapman, everybody, clearly distraught. But, man, that is a 7/8. That's actually, if it's not a 7/8, that's a 1-inch shaft. That is a big shaft. And you can see it's actually, that is a big deal. Ryder Chapman, everybody, and that is normally not the way we do interviews with Ryder Chapman, but we got it done this time. Brandon Birmingham, though, you were able to get a little bit of capitalizing on that and get it here in a second.
Yeah, I had the lead for a bit, and rookie mistake. I thought it was a full course yellow, and it wasn't. And I let her around me, and then just couldn't make the pass in the next, few laps.
Yeah, she's tough. You cannot let her by. She will not let you have it back. That's for sure. She's a tough competitor.
For sure. Her car was handling great, but we made a bunch of changes, and I was feeling good. So it was a good race, good learning race.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, my girlfriend, my Uncle Mark with 1973 Customs, Firebird Motorsports, Arizona Interlink Products, Sandcraft, and Copper State Collision.
Brandon Birmingham, everybody doing a great job there in second place for Ryan Teddy. Man, last race, you beat the car pretty good going into turn 3 there. Did a nice little pirouette, damaged the whole front end of the car. But it would appear you guys either rebuilt or got it back together, or at least got it back together enough to make it really fast.
Yeah, we thought we had it back together, but we went out and practiced with the 2X team, and we realized that still more of it was even broken. So we went home, fixed that, and we were ready for this weekend.
Man, that's crazy. Well, great job out there. It looked great. You heard him make that mistake, but, man, you capitalized on it and got you on top.
Yeah, it was a great race. Once Ryder broke, I almost landed on top of him because I had no clue what was going on. But all in all, it was such a great race.
All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
I want to give a big shout out to my mom and dad for everything that they do, all my friends and family for coming out, 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, Torco Fuels, and anybody else that I've forgotten. Thank you so much.
Man, you can bet if this young lady's on the track, she's going to make it to the podium. Ryan Denny, your winner. Man, oh man, Mia Chapman. Oh. Did I? No. I stepped on it, but I didn't want to break it. It sounds like I just broke it in half. You watch your mouth. Does anybody know that guy right there? Security. Well, Mia Chapman, what a great weekend of racing. Drama in almost every single class we had out here. And I don't know, does the drama make the racing right for you, or what does the drama do for you?
I think it definitely makes it more entertaining. Probably not for the drivers, but they put on a good show out here, and they're good sports about it. So we still have one more day of racing tomorrow, and I'm sure it'll be just as eventful.
Well, if you're out there in the stands and you're new to off-road racing, I, again, on behalf of CORR, want to say thank you for everybody coming out today. If you guys enjoyed what you saw, make sure you go online, share the pictures that you have. All the websites are right here on the backdrop. CORR Racing at Instagram, Championship Off-Road Racing on Facebook, CORR Racing on TikTok, all the big ones. But Mia Chapman, round 3 of Saturday in the history books. A lot of room for these people to get their cars. There was a lot of carnage today.
Absolutely, yeah. With the races winding down and the points championship getting closer, it's going to be a tight one.
Well, all right. Well, we got one more third place. What are we pointing at? Oh, I thought it was our last race. Oh. Well, wait a second. We were getting ready to close out, but hey, I'm sorry. We've got one more race to do. We thought we were done. Thank God for Jen, because we were getting ready to close this thing down. You know what?
I just can't listen to Mark anymore.
I know. You know what is it now? It's like, okay, Mark, your mistakes bled onto me. All right, here we go. One more race. Stick it with Sit Tight. I'm glad you guys realized there's one more race. All right, sit tight, everybody in the stands. We got one more race, then we will close this out. Well, me and Chapman, I was ready to close this race down, and CORR was over here going, no, no, no. So I'm apologizing to the crowd. I was wondering why the crowd was still sitting in there, because normally, all right.
All right.
Let me make sure. This is the final race of the day.
Yes, the youth NA.
All right. Well, listen, everybody. I've been doing this for a long time, and every now and again I make some mistakes. I'll tell you what. I will burden all of that. That was all my fault. Big misunderstanding. I'll burden all of it.
It happens. But let's get into this lineup here. Our last race of the day. Starting on the first row, the 155 of Carson Greco. Right next to him, the 951 of Brian Willett. Row number 2, the 19 of Jesse Johnson. Right next to him, the 622 of Kason Cummings. And running out our third row, the 149 of Jackson Howdigi and the 899 of Rylan Bernstein.
Perfectly said, man. You are getting so good at that. And, you know, so while we are waiting for this, I can hear them kind of doing their sight lap. You were able to go down and do some correspondence today and talk to the racers. Tell me how that made you feel out there.
Yeah, it was super cool getting to talk to the kids, you know, in the pit area. On a more personal level than we get to do here on the podium. So, yeah, looking forward to doing more of those, and just shows the audience that's tuning in on the live stream a different side of the racers out here. So, yeah, it was really awesome.
Well, I mean, I just want to say it, and I said it to you off the microphone, but I'm going to say it on the microphone so it's etched in digital history. But I truly think that's your calling. I mean, and I'm not trying to push you in that direction, but I think if, like for me, I can make a show out of bullet points to just make it happen, but I bet you having one-on-one, like you said, personal interviews that are different on the podium, I bet you that's going to be your niche. And I say that just because you're charming, you know about racing, you know what to talk about, and I'll bet you, as she's flicking her hair. But no, I'm just saying that I think that could be something that you really can. Like, for example, if you ever said, okay, well, I race, I'm sponsored by Red Bull, but I'm also a motorsports announcer. And you can say my strong points are correspondent interviews down in the pits or, you know, behind the scenes. That's really what I'm really, really good at. Because taking the helm of doing this, as we're about to find out, it's a different ballgame. But me and Chapman, here we go. The final race, the Youth NA Open, and it promises to be a barn burner with the Carson Greco car. Leading into turn 1, and I believe it's going to be Brian Willett right behind him, and indeed Brian Willett to the outside. And Brian Willett down the back straightaway with some speed. And it looked like he checked up exiting turn 2, but still able to carry that speed in turn 2, rather. And look at this, the Greco car was able to get back around Brian Willett in turn 2. And the number Y19 car, that is Jesse Johnson, rounding off your top 3 halfway through the first lap. So Carson Greco, the number 155 car. Another veteran in this class, Brian Willett. So Mia Chapman, last race of the day. Track's pretty chewed up. Little bit of water on the prior race. Lots of varying terrain out on the track right now. You're the last race. Sun's going down. Sun's in your eyes. Tell me about some of the strategies that you would estimate that is going on out there. What's some of the strategies that the drivers got to do to get on top of the box right now?
Well, I think they're used to kind of running at the end of the day and got an idea of what the track's going to be like. So I'm sure they set their cars up a certain way to, run on this track with the ruts, with the slickness. I mean, everything. And the sun being in your eyes doesn't help anymore either. So a lot of challenges for sure for this class, but it's also one of our more exciting ones with a lot of competition in it. Brian Willett being one of the stronger competitors in here. I really feel like this is a class where he shines, and really the whole top three of them are really, really close.
Well, look at who we got up here, the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Kelvin. And Kelvin's, I don't want to talk. I don't. Love it when Kelvin comes up here. And by the way, Kelvin, I know you don't like an interview, but a lot of the people said they loved the track today, so I'm just letting you know. You don't get it. Well, it happens, but today we were more on the positive side, though, that people love the track. Well, one person that loves the track really well right now is the man out front, Carson Greco. Carson Greco loving the track right now, and the majority of the people, they said they love it. The track's fast. Where is it, Kelvin? How would you like to be Kelvin? No matter what you do, everybody loves you. It must be nice just waking up and just have that anointed love. That's what I'm going to call it, anointed love. I just shut down that music, didn't I? Well, Mia Chapman, the final race of the day. Brian Willett races at least 3 classes. This being one of them, and he's got to chase Carson Greco. And Carson Greco is not just going to, hey, Brian Willett, I know you're out there, and I know you're going to race. But Carson Greco says that if we're going to race, then follow me. Carson Greco showboating in turn 2. Now see, we know about my personality. We tease me and everything. But if I was that far out front, that's exactly what I would do in turn 2. Just come into it, backing it up, drifting it. I don't care if it's fast or not. You know why I know I would do that? Because I have done it on that, in this track on that turn. But not because I've been out front, but because if I'm not going to win, well, I'm definitely going to drift the crap out of this corner. And it's definitely not the fastest line around that corner. All right. 622 car. Of Casey Cummins, he's out there racing with the Howdige car of Jackson Howdige, the 149. So Carson Greco setting the pace, and Brian Willett doing everything he can to get caught back up and get in the battle with Carson Greco. But this is absolutely where we've talked about the competition yellow. What do you do? Watch how Carson Greco goes in. If you're watching it live on the live stream, oh, there it is, a little bit of it. Carson Greco definitely loves turn 2, and it shows. Let's see if you're out there. I almost try to close out the show. Divot number 2, you know you were taught your son how to the right way when you're fighting for a lead. I will Divot 2 on YouTube. I gotta leave that one alone too, even though yes, it is your son. From my perspective, it looked like a rider was carrying a lot of speed to the inside of turn 5 or turn 4 rather, coming to the outside of turn 5, and just he had nowhere to go, and I think he got collected up with Bobby. But I just saw that. Give you a heart there. But here we go. The competition yellow out for this Youth NA Open class. And Brian Willen and the number Y19 of Jesse Johnson. Well, let's do a couple more of these then, I guess. Who do we got? Sorry about who we got here. That has it. Let's go back to the top here. So Bobby Van Beekem enjoying the top of the podium there, the last race, providing winner trophies for the 2025 CORR Racing season. The Van Beekem family has a long history with racing, beginning with Bobby's experience as a professional motocross racer from 2002 to 2005. In 2005, he transitioned to UTV racing, and now he and his son have stepped up to continue the tradition. Ryder Van Beekem is following in his father's footsteps and has entered the pro class for 2024 and 2025. Mama Bear Meredith Van Beekem supports her and her team and the entire CORR family by leading the prayers each time during the drivers' meeting, and based out of Queen Creek, Arizona. R&R Steel, the presenting sponsor here for CORR, and we are very fortunate to have the Van Beekems here. R&R Steel, if you have big commercial plans for steel, definitely make it R&R Steel. They can do any order. You want to build the Empire State Building, you contact R&R Steel. They can take care of you, guaranteed. Jason Witherow and Jackson Witherow definitely missed the Witherows out here today. Jackson Witherow, no stranger to our podium. Jackson has been a great job out here, the big part of the CORR family. Jason Witherow, I know he's out there listening. Technology-driven land development company based out of Surprise, Arizona. They were established in 2017. The Witherow family has been competing in UTV races with their daughter, Sienna, who now is 13. Jackson Witherow has decided to compete just a few months later. But here they go. Witherow Construction and Grading specializes in all of large roadways and large residential products, located in Phoenix, Arizona, and in Maricopa County. Well, here we go, back to racing. Mia Chapman, it all boils down to this. No more yellows, nothing more to save you. It's got to be an all-out dash. Carson Greco, he's got Brian Willett right behind him. And now, Jesse Johnson still running 1, 2, 3. You know, look at that coming out of the tarmac right there. It's definitely, I never thought about this way, but as you come out of turn 5 into turn 6 and 7, it is quite a chicane out there. And you really got to set the car up right in turn 6. And if you don't have the car set up in turn 6 just right, turn 7 is going to be tough. And the final turn, turn 8, almost impossible. You have to set it up perfectly from turn 6. So when you get out of turn 5, car's got to be right where you want it in turn 6. if you don't set it right, turn 7 is going to be your nemesis, and then that's going to set you up wrong for the tarmac, and somebody could very easily tuck their way in if you set the tarmac up wrong.
Definitely, yeah, that's when you really don't want to mess up because it can get real slippery really quick. But really, yeah, all the corners connect, so the less errors you can make, the better it is on your side. But when we get towards the end of the day, especially during this race, the track is choppy, it's dusty, the sun's in your eyes, so it can definitely be challenging.
What a challenge it is, and man, at these speeds, on this course, right here coming down the front straightaway, and the worst, it's like we lined the ski jump up with the sun. As you come over the ski jump, that sun is literally directly in your face. And I definitely have to say, any later than right now makes it literally impossible to see off the ski jump. You really got to trust your instincts. Me and Chapman, at least 2 more laps to go. Wow, Brian Willett. Wow. You know that exact corner, that's the one that collected Cash Hart. That's the exact same thing that happened. And Brian Willett, we're going to call it, he pulled a Cash Hart. Carson Greco completely unaware that the second place competitor almost threw it away in turn 5. But now Jesse Johnson, Brian is not happy. Well, I think Brian, all he can help for to get back into that second position is for literally catastrophic failure for the 1 and 2 cars in this class. We had to turn the mics off really quick for a second. Carson Greco, your unofficial winner. And, oh, Brian Willett. I think that was Brian Willett's way of saying, dang it, I'm sending it. Brian Willett, 3rd place, and Jesse Johnson, your Y19, in 2nd. Yeah, I wonder what that whistle is. It is a definitive whistle. Sounds like a squeaking brake or a squeaking belt or something, but yeah. I did too, after you pointed it out, but I didn't hear it until, oh, that's why I started doing. Well, all right, everybody out there, this is the last moment that we're going to have up here in the booth for today. We were trying to close it down earlier, and I took that whole fault. That was all my fault. But let me look around. This is our final race, right? Let's go. Me and Chapman, I'm going to get these interviews over with, and then we'll officially close this out. Well, all right. Gentlemen, come on up here. Let's get this interview on the way so you guys can get started for tomorrow. Brian Willett, what a frickin' save that was in turn 5. I know you know what I'm talking about. And then to announce it, when you see the way I announced it, I was like, Brian Willett definitely disappointed with that mistake in turn 5. He drove like a madman there. You were launching everything. I even announced it. I said, man, Brian Willett's upset. I can tell. I know his driving style. He's upset. I mean, you practically landed flat on that final jump there. You're so disappointed. Take us from that.
Yeah, I made a mistake on like the last lap. Ended up like face towards the wall and had to wait till Jesse could pass me so I could back up and keep going.
Man, you were driving like a man. I was like, I've always told you you're one of the smoothest guys. I love watching you, man. You were. It definitely showed you were a little frustrated there at the end.
Yeah, at the end I just started getting tired and making a couple mistakes. After the restart, I was able to keep on his bumper, but just a couple turns that I can't fix. Yeah.
Well, it was exciting to watch. I'll tell you that, exciting to announce. All right, one more time. Let's hear the people that make your race program happen.
RMG Motorsports, IMG Motorsports, Willett Motorsports, Benchmark Performance, and my family.
There it is, Brian Willett, everybody. Wishing for that in the second spot. Going to have to settle for third, but Jesse Johnson got that second place. You were patient. You got it done, and you're right there in second.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to my Nana, Papa, Mom and Dad, and Ramsey Towing, and God for keeping me safe.
Man, that was quick and sweet. That's your podium.
Yes.
He said very good. I don't have to make it elaborate, but I think you did a great job. All right. Well, Carson Greco pretty much led it wire to wire. No, what can we say, man? Smooth race for you. Looked like just business as usual for you.
Yeah.
Another day at the office.
Yep.
Take us from your race.
Start was a little sketchy seeing Willett behind me till like the mandatory. He was pretty much on my bumper till he spun out or whatever happened, and then kind of was just trying to keep the car together and not blow another belt like last race.
I do love watching you two battle it out. It's definitely one of the funner races of the weekend, and generally here at the end of the program, so it's always nice to watch you two. All right, well, you know what? You both kept it clean. Like you said, a couple of mistakes made right there, but, if no mistakes are made, it's a good race.
Yeah.
Let's hear the people you want to say thank you to.
My mom, my dad, Jacob Place for helping work on my car, 2X Motorsports, Arnar Steel, Eva Mode, and Brandon for tuning my car, and CORR for putting on this awesome program.
Well, we love you as well. That's going to do it for this race. There is your NA Open winners. All right, Mia Chapman, we got it for real this time. It's like I was in a Twilight Zone today. But one good thing is we kind of already covered a lot of the closeout things. But one last time, Brian Willett there throwing the race away there at the end, and not the battle we wanted to see with Carson and Brian Willett.
Yeah, definitely. It was a pretty great save because that easily could have ended badly. But kept it on all four wheels and brought it home to the finish and ended up on the podium. So, yeah, that was a really good way to end out our day of racing. Very eventful, a little chaotic, but nonetheless, good races.
Well, we got all day tomorrow, so if you guys are out there watching the live track feed, come back tomorrow. Mia Chapman and I will do it. So my name's Mark Wright.
And I'm Mia Chapman.
See you guys tomorrow. Good day. See ya.